Prosecutors in Long Island have announced an indictment against 31 accused gang members who they say are responsible for 18 different shootings.
We have this leader in California working through proxies to tell young men in Nassau and Suffolk County to commit shootings and other acts of violence on behalf of the gang.
The leader, Latique Johnson, who went by the Pilot, was allegedly calling shots from his jail cell in California. Omar Barry and Josiah Herbert were at the top of the gang's hierarchy on Long Island.
Prosecutors say over a dozen gang members are off the streets this afternoon after a long investigation into a high-tech vehicle theft and credit card fraud operation.
Part of the CC Boys, which is a branch of the Bloods gang. Areas like Northport, Lindenhurst, and Oakdale. Investigators say 8 people alone were arrested yesterday, but a total of 13 alleged gang members were indicted.
Well, a group of gang members who authorities say terrorized Nassau County on Long Island for several years is now in police custody. The group is linked to more than a dozen shootings and 3 between 2016 and 2021. They're also linked to several robberies and kidnappings over that span.
18 alleged gang members are behind bars.
One of their crimes made headlines in October, the shooting outside Congressman Lee Zeldin's house in Shirley.
In addition to the murder and the 6 shootings, we have 5 carjackings, 1 armed robbery, 15 separate stolen vehicles. We also have a home burglary where 6 French bulldog puppies and their mothers were stolen.
Gang members now under arrest. Detectives charged the trio fired the weapon near a 19-year-old man standing in front of his home after first slashing him in the stomach with a machete. Police say the attack began after one gang member asked, "Why are you laughing?" And the victim responded, "I can laugh at anything I want."
Police announcing the arrest of 14 people, including 3 kids under 18, all said to be gang members police say have terrorized Yonkers for years.
These 14 people are responsible for 17 assaults, 30 robberies, and 10 firearm
Arrests are made after a gang sweep in Yonkers. Months-long investigation targeted 8 suspected members of this gang. It's accused in several shootings and assaults, including a shooting on June 9th where a man was wounded in the leg.
We are announcing a series of arrests targeting known members of the Bloodstone gang. These arrests are the result of an intensive joint investigation dubbed Operation Bloodstone.
The defendants allegedly operated in and around the Nodine Hill area, specifically the Elm Street corridor, and were engaged in illegal narcotic sales.
Gang members who they say pulled the triggers, ruthless.
These defendants allegedly engaged in gun violence, committing 6 shootings, one of which injured a rival gang member.
Abdullah, how will you plead to the charges? Alleged Fivesley gang leader Abdullah Zika and other alleged accomplices were taken out of the 50th precinct in the Bronx.
Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that true? What? Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that
an arrest warrant and a mother unleashing her fury, barring police from entering her Bronx apartment to arrest her son.
Released tonight, more than a dozen suspected gang members accused of terrorizing a neighborhood now off the streets, all thanks to what they posted on Facebook. They allegedly used the streets of the South Bronx to do their dirty work and did their business online.
One of the city's most violent gangs are behind bars this afternoon. They're part of the Trinitarios gang that calls itself OED, which stands for Own Every Dollar. They operate
their gang.
They did so violently, investigators say. Over the course of 3.5 years, they carried out at least 32 violent.
The suspect's name is Richard Ramirez, and he is said to be the alleged leader of the Los Sures division of the Trinitarios gang. Now, you know from all our reporting over the last year that the Los Sures were attached to the Junior murder outside that bodega in the Belmont section of the Bronx.
Nearly 2 dozen alleged gang members in the Bronx are indicted on attempted and several other charges. Prosecutors say the defendants operated out of the Castle Hill and Co-op City sections of the borough.
The NYPD calls them one of the most dangerous gangs in the country, and they were operating right here in the Bronx.
18 members of the Hooli gang, ranging in age from 19 to 33, are named in the 63-count indictment that includes 4 homicides and 8 non-fatal shootings. The NYPD says there are under 100 members in this Bed-Stuy-based gang.
Prosecutors say they were part of a street gang called the Brick Squad, a subset of a bigger
violent criminal network.
10 men arrested, accused of funneling money back to members behind bars.
All 12 of these men face charges from murder to attempted murder in connection with 10 separate shootings since 2015.
These defendants show a complete and utter disregard for human life.
Dubbed Bama Life off the streets. Prosecutors say the crew terrorized a Brooklyn neighborhood for years. In one case, prosecutors say the gang shot 8 people at this party in Bed-Stuy last summer.
Boasting about committing crimes on the internet doesn't pay. 14 members of a Brooklyn gang were busted after idiots in their crew accepted Facebook friend requests from a cop who was tipped off to their year-long Crown Heights crime wave, authorities said.
Officials say they're all part of Shuley Boys, a violent gang that sold.
14 men are behind bars. The man in the upper right-hand corner, Marcel Worthy, is said to be the ringleader.
He's been a long-time narcotics trafficker.
The 8 suspects got a startling wake-up call. Around sunrise, 15 SWAT teams and hundreds of individual officers took part in raids across the east side.
Prosecutors say the gang formed in 2009 and operated out of the Town Gardens housing complex in Buffalo. They say the gang's activities stretched to the Walden Galleria and Chippewa. Many units at the housing complex were used to store firearms and drugs.
That this particular gang, known for trafficking drugs and violence, has been on the radar for years. Today's raid was a collaborative effort between
the 110 gang has been terrorizing the southwest side of Syracuse for what police believe has been more than 20 years.
Developing story tonight, a 6-year-old boy with critical injuries is under the close watch of doctors at Upstate University Hospital after being shot last night by his uncle.
Devastation, pain, and destruction that is almost incomprehensible. That 2 people could do so much damage to so many other people in so many ways.
New York is home to some of the most famous landmarks in the world. But behind the bright lights and busy streets lies a long history of violent street gangs, turf wars, and massive law enforcement investigations. Over the past 2 decades, federal agents, the NYPD, district attorneys, and multi-agency task forces have launched some of the largest gang crackdowns in state history, targeting organizations accused of shootings, drug trafficking, robberies, gun smuggling, fraud, and organized violence. From the Bronx and Brooklyn to Yonkers, Buffalo, Syracuse, and Long Island, investigators have used surveillance, wiretaps, social media, and RICO-style prosecutions to dismantle some of New York's most notorious gangs. In this video, we'll examine the major indictments, the investigations behind them, and how these operations have shaped the ongoing fight against organized street crime across New York.
On the community. More than a half-dozen alleged gang members are under arrest, accused of terrorizing a neighborhood in Westchester County.
8 members of what police describe as the 150 Clan were busted by gang units from the Yonkers Police Department and the Westchester County District Attorney's Office. The 150 Clan got its name, police say, from this building on Elm Street in the Nodine Hills section of Yonkers, the base of their alleged violent and illegal activity. They are all being charged in a shooting incident back in June in which a man was wounded.
After a gang sweep in Yonkers, months-long investigation targeted 8 suspected members of this gang. It's accused in several shootings and assaults, including a shooting on June 9th where a man was wounded in the leg.
In a major crackdown on gang-related violence, Yonkers officials announced the results of an extensive 8-month investigation targeting the 150 Clan gang. The investigation aimed to address the gang's criminal activities, which primarily took place in and around the Nodine Hill area on Yonkers' west side. Yonkers police arrested 8 individuals implicated in the investigation. The 150 Clan gang had been accused of engaging in multiple violent acts, including shootings and assaults. One notable incident occurred on June 9, 2018, when a victim was shot at twice and struck in the leg. Authorities reviewed numerous incidents linked to the gang, conducting interviews, debriefings, and physical surveillance, as well as analyzing video footage and executing multiple search warrants. During the investigation and subsequent searches, detectives recovered 2 .45 caliber semi-automatic pistols, one .380 caliber semi-automatic pistol, a military-style bulletproof vest, dozens of rounds of ammunition, multiple decks of H and other evidence tied to the gang's activities.
Today, we are announcing a series of arrests targeting known members of the Bloodstone gang. These arrests are the result of an intensive joint investigation dubbed Operation Bloodstone. The group was centered in the Nodine Hill section of Yonkers, but the arrests were made at other locations as well. Consider this to be a group of local individuals who have identified themselves as the Bloodstone gang. There is one of the individuals is 39 years old, James Bryant. We believe him to be one of the controlling members of this group.
Members of the Bloodstone Street gang had long-standing ties to the Nodine Hill area in Yonkers. According to a 32-page indictment released in 2018, the gang sought to control this neighborhood through violence and intimidation, aiming to dominate the local drug trade and suppress rivals. Despite their efforts, Yonkers police noted that their activities were largely limited to a small section on the city's west side. Sergeant Dean Politopoulos highlighted that crime in Yonkers, including areas like Nodine Hill, had reached historically low levels due to increased police resources and targeted enforcement efforts. The indictment detailed several violent incidents linked to the gang. In early 2016, 3 members participated in a shooting as part of an initiation at School Street and Nepperhan Avenue. On January 20, 2017, Travis Pearson attacked a rival with a box cutter on Yonkers Avenue. Just days later, on January 27th, Samuel Mapp, also known as Benji, fired multiple shots at a rival on Vineyard Avenue in an attempt to delete. Other notable incidents included Mapp shooting at a victim on Ravine Avenue in February 2017, a confrontation on Porch Street in March, and a chase involving 5 members targeting a rival at 174 Yonkers Avenue. The gang, known by names such as the Bloodstone Army, Bloodstone Assassins, and Bloodstone Villains, operated under a structured hierarchy with formal rules, including an oath, a constitution, and a coded dictionary. Investigators discovered these documents on a defendant's phone in February 2018. Social media also played a critical role in the gang's activities, with members openly sharing their exploits and coordinating attacks. One infamous example occurred on February 5, 2017, when Mapp received the location of a rival via private message before firing shots at him. Although the victim escaped unharmed, Mapp later mocked him on Facebook. Despite internal warnings to avoid publicizing their actions online, many members continued to use social media, leaving behind critical evidence for law enforcement. The gang's leadership was also implicated in these activities. James V.V.S. Bryant, identified as the leader of the Bloodstones, recruited members, held meetings, enforced discipline, and issued orders to commit violence. He pleaded guilty in November 2018 to second-degree conspiracy and was sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. Similarly, Pearson, another prominent member, admitted to attempted assault and conspiracy. In September 2018, he pleaded guilty to slashing a rival's face with a sharp instrument and conspiring to use violence to control Nodine Hill. He received a combined sentence of 7 years for attempted assault and 4.5 years to 9 years for conspiracy. Trinitarios Jackson, another gang member, pleaded guilty in December 2018 to second-degree conspiracy. He admitted to plotting violence, including shootings and assaults, to assert control over Nodine Hill. Jackson was sentenced to 2.3 to 7 years in prison. These arrests followed a large-scale gang sweep in May 2018, during which 12 members of the Bloodstone gang were apprehended. The investigation, a collaboration between the Yonkers Police Gang Unit and the District Attorney's Office, significantly disrupted the gang's operations in Nodine Hill. Authorities emphasized that the arrests and subsequent convictions marked a major step toward restoring safety and stability to the community.
The defendants allegedly operated in and around the Nodine Hill area, specifically the Elm Street corridor, and were engaged in illegal narcotic sales, including undercover officers were utilized in the course of this investigation. Many of the defendants have extensive criminal histories and have been present or connected to group violence and violent incidents in the area. 2 were present at the Bodega Deli, where a Yonkers police detective was recently shot. the April 2021 shooting of a 6-year-old child on Ash Street, and the June 2021 drive-by shooting on Elm and Oak Streets, where 5 people were shot or associated with the same. A tenet of policing is where there are drugs, there are guns. If you look at this board, you could see some of the issues that we had with this group. More than 100 arrests, 50+ convictions, 20 open cases, 5 gun arrests. So these are bad people.
In this operation, 5 indictments were unsealed, charging 65 defendants with a range of serious federal crimes. The operation primarily targeted 2 violent gangs, the Elm Street Wolves and the Cliff Street Gangsters. Members of these gangs were alleged to have brazenly sold drugs in Yonkers neighborhoods at all hours. To maintain their power, they resorted to violent intimidation and ruthless retaliation, which included beatings, shootings, and armed robberies. Tragically, at least 1 young man lost his life as a result of this violence. 52 of the defendants faced federal firearms charges in addition to drug-related offenses. Law enforcement also executed court-authorized search warrants at 13 locations, seizing cash, drugs, and multiple firearms. The first indictment involved 47 members and associates of the Elm Street Wolves, who operated a drug enterprise centered around Elm and Oak Streets. The gang's alleged ringleader, Stephen Knowles, led a 24/7 drug operation. Violence was a key tool for the Elm Street Wolves, particularly in their rivalry with the Strip Boys, a gang operating in the nearby Schlabbaum housing project. This rivalry culminated in the tragic events of July 4, 2009, when a confrontation led to the demise of 20-year-old Christopher Cockley and the wounding of another young man. The second indictment focused on 12 members and associates of the Cliff Street Gangsters. This gang allegedly distributed drugs and high-grade Mary, including a type known as Purple Haze, within a block of Cliff Street. Like the Elm Street Wolves, the Cliff Street Gangsters engaged in violent disputes with rival gangs, including the Strip Boys and GMF, another gang from the Schlabbaum housing project. 3 additional indictments charged 6 more defendants with narcotics and gun offenses, underscoring the wide-reaching impact of this operation. While the operation in Yonkers was a significant milestone, it was clear that the work was far from over.
A brutal attack outside a Yonkers bodega. The 33-year-old victim's teeth knocked out, and police say he was punched so hard it caused bleeding on the brain.
He had nothing to do with anything. He was walking into the bodega just to get a soda. That's all he was, and I want people to remember that because it's important that this could have been anybody.
Today, police announcing the arrest of 14 people, including 3 kids under 18, all said to be gang members police say have terrorized Yonkers for years.
These 14 people are responsible for 17 assaults, 30 robberies, and 10 firearm arrests. Just these 14 people.
The 300 Bloodhound Brims gang from Yonkers gained significant media attention on June 17, 2021, when over a dozen members violently assaulted and stomped a victim outside a bodega on North Broadway. The attack occurred while the gang was filming a rap video. The street corner, located at North Broadway and Warburton Avenues, was under video surveillance, which captured the brutal incident. Yonkers police quickly responded and arrested 5 individuals on the spot. Eventually, 16 young men, aged 16 to 23, were charged. Most have since been sentenced to several years in prison. The violent incident prompted further investigation into the gang's origins and activities. On November 4, 2022, Westchester County District Attorney Miriam Roca announced the sentencing of one of the gang members, DeVell Coates. After a week-long trial, Coates was found guilty of first-degree gang assault and criminal possession of a weapon. During the June 17 attack, Coates had struck a 33-year-old victim in the head with a glass liquor bottle, leaving him unconscious. Other gang members continued the assault, leaving the victim with permanent disfigurement, facial scars, and a traumatic brain injury. Coates, 20, faced a prison sentence of 5 to 25 years. 12 co-defendants also pled guilty. 9 had been sentenced as of 2022, with sentences ranging from 1 year of detention for a youthful offender to 8 years in prison for gang assault or robbery. 3 adolescent offenders, aged 18 and 19, received 5-year prison sentences, while others faced similar or longer sentences for their roles in the attack. Former Yonkers Police Commissioner John Mueller described the Bloodhound Brims as one of Yonkers' most violent gangs. The 300 Bloodhound Brims originated in the Cottage Place Gardens housing complex, reportedly forming around 2016 after the demise of a local teen, Jerry Crawford. Although Crawford's affiliation with the gang is unclear, his death during a police chase seemingly galvanized the group into organizing their criminal activities.
New information tonight on the stabbing death of a Yonkers teenager at a movie theater. 19-year-old Dej Asante Thomas.
Dej Asante Thomas, known by his friends as Thomas, was stabbed to death shortly after midnight while working at Ridge Hill Cinema, a job he only had for a few days. Police say the 19-year-old from Yonkers was in the lobby when someone came up to him. A fight started between the two, who police say knew each other. Thomas was stabbed in the chest and the suspect took off. Thomas died shortly after.
The gang gained notoriety in 2017 after a stabbing at Ridge Hill movie theaters that left a theater employee deleted. Michael Pettiford, a 300 BHB member, was arrested, convicted of second-degree deletion, and sentenced to 18 years in prison. Pettiford reportedly boasted about the crime from jail.
Yonkers police have doubled the reward for information from $5,000 to $10,000. They're trying to locate 15-year-old Jameer Thompson, accused in the murder of 18-year-old Marilyn Cotto Montanez. She was struck by a stray bullet last week after Thompson allegedly pulled a gun and fired a shot in a confrontation on a Yonkers street.
The young suspect left the YPD Youth Division 8 hours after his early morning surrender.
Who are you aiming for, Jameer?
Jameer Thompson, evading police for 8 days after he was named as the gunman who shot and 18-year-old Marilyn Montanez. Police say she was innocently walking her sister to a store when Thompson fired at a rival, mistakenly striking the victim. Thompson has a juvenile record, including arrests for robbing someone at knife point, possessing a loaded gun and stolen property, and stabbing someone during a dispute. Court records show his father died when Thompson was a young man. His social media accounts are filled with pictures of him showing off money, marijuana, and flashing gang signs.
Some new information on the stray bullet death of a high school student in Yonkers. Today, a 17-year-old pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Jameer Thompson is accused of firing a gun at another person in April of 2019.
In 2019, another member, Jameer Thompson, attempted to rob a gold chain, but accidentally deleted an innocent bystander, 18-year-old Marilyn Cotto Montanez, during a confrontation. Thompson, then 17, pled guilty to second-degree and was sentenced to 9.5 years in prison.
We are at the corner of Oak and Elm, and on a summer afternoon, a group of people hanging outside a bodega on the corner. Around 4:15, a sedan drove by and someone opened fire. 3 men and 1 woman struck by bullets. All have been taken to local hospitals. 1 of the victims is listed in serious condition. 3 are listed in stable. There are preliminary concerns that this may have been a gang-related shooting.
In June 2021, the gang was implicated in a drive-by shooting on Elm Street and Oak Street in Yonkers that left 4 people injured. Video surveillance led to 3 arrests in connection with the incident. Outside of Yonkers, 300 BHB members were involved in other violent crimes, including a 2017 Greenberg deletion by 16-year-old who deleted Joseph Smith after a robbery orchestrated by his brother, Vance Major. Despite many members being incarcerated, the 300 Bloodhound Brims continued to assert their presence. The gang, a faction of the nationwide Blood Street Gang, extended across New York City and the metropolitan area.
Down of a large car theft ring today on Long Island, leading to 13 people being charged in more than 50 high-end car break-ins.
The break-ins happened across Suffolk County over the past 2 years.
Car pulled up right at the base of the driveway, and guy came around, got into the car, backed the car up, and just took off with it.
Tina Brown of Bayport woke up to find her car gone. A fob had been accidentally left inside. That was 2023. And for 2 years, more than 50 similar cases have plagued Suffolk County.
If you leave that night and think that you got away with it,
Well, guess what? You didn't.
This indictment ties 52 car thefts and break-ins to 13 alleged members of a ring calling itself CC Boys, CC standing for car checking. They did in high-end neighborhoods for unlocked doors, stealing wallets inside or the whole car.
They would use real estate apps such as Zillow and Realtor. So they would go in the middle of the night, steal the credit cards, and then immediately go to the store to charge and use those cars before the victims knew what was going on.
And then proudly posting their cash on social media. The pattern solved after images of the perps were shared with other departments who recognized the alleged ringleader from Freeport, Sean Mullen, found with 20 key fobs, 122 driver's licenses, 45 stolen credit cards, and 15 social security cards.
Lives are upended by this. Their credit scores are destroyed, their cars are taken, we're talking days missed at work.
The cars weren't sold, but instead used in buying gift cards and money orders.
In a sweeping crackdown on organized street crime, Suffolk County authorities have indicted 13 suspected gang members for their alleged roles in a coordinated vehicle theft and credit card fraud ring that targeted neighborhoods across Long Island. The 250-count indictment, unveiled in early 2025, reveals a sophisticated operation linked to the gang known as 5 Leaders or the CC Boys, allegedly based in the Hempstead's Freeport area. According to prosecutors, the group is responsible for the theft of at least 15 vehicles and more than $40,000 in unauthorized charges on stolen credit cards. Their targets were not random. Using online platforms like Zillow and Realtor.com, the suspects reportedly scouted affluent neighborhoods in Suffolk County, identifying areas where residents were more likely to leave vehicles unlocked, often with key fobs inside. The gang employed a tactic known in street slang as car checking. This involved late-night missions where crew members would roam neighborhoods, opening unlocked vehicles and stealing valuables, especially wallets and credit cards. In some cases, the vehicles themselves were driven off and later resold or used in additional crimes. The stolen credit cards were quickly used at stores like Target, Walmart, and Apple, where suspects would purchase electronics and gift cards, then flip them for fast cash, often before victims even realized their cards were missing. The criminal enterprise extended beyond suburban homes. The suspects also targeted vehicles parked at assisted living facilities, golf courses, gyms, and hotels, where owners were less likely to check on their property for hours at a time. This meticulous, organized approach made the group particularly dangerous and difficult to stop. Authorities say the investigation began in December 2023, when a rising number of car break-ins and credit card thefts were reported across multiple jurisdictions. Law enforcement conducted extensive surveillance, analyzed financial records tied to stolen cards, and executed multiple search warrants. During raids on the suspects' homes, officers reportedly recovered more than 100 stolen driver's licenses, 45 credit and debit cards, 20 checkbooks, passports, social security cards, and even multiple firearms, underscoring the scale of the operation. The case has sent shockwaves through Long Island communities. Residents are being urged to take precautions. Lock vehicles, never leave key fobs or valuables inside, and report suspicious activity immediately. For many, this indictment represents both a victory and a warning. While law enforcement successfully dismantled a major criminal network, it also exposed vulnerabilities in both neighborhoods and the justice system.
From here in western Nassau County, across Long Island to the East End, investigators say this alleged group of gang members was wreaking terror. You're hearing and seeing on surveillance video one of a variety of shootings across Long Island by members of the Bloodhound Brims gang, according to investigators.
Watch this. Start letting that rip.
There's an act of violence, and then everyone goes on social media and talks about it.
One of those shootings was on this street in Hempstead last April. Elementary school teacher Kimberly Majette was hit by a bullet here when alleged Brims gang leader Omar Berry mistook the car she was in for someone else's and opened fire, police say. Berry was arrested last year for the murder, and investigators say they connected him to Josiah Loco Herbert, Both are leaders of a Brims subgroup called Afghan Bloodhounds, according to prosecutors, who also say the subgroup answered to the leader of the Brims, Latique Johnson.
Kimberly Collins Midget was a beloved mother and school teacher. Police say she was after her car was mistaken for a rival gang members last summer in Hempstead. Those responsible are members of the Bloodhound Brims gang, a subset of the Bloods, according to officials who say these surveillance videos helped crack Midget's case and nearly 24 others since 2021.
We have this leader in California working through proxies to tell young men in Nassau and Suffolk County to commit shootings and other acts of violence on behalf of the gang.
The leader, Latique Johnson, who went by the Pilot, was allegedly calling shots from his jail cell in California. Omar Barry and Josiah Herbert were at the top of the gang's hierarchy on Long Island. Law enforcement seized tens of thousands of dollars from Johnson's commissary account. They say he would collect dues from lower-ranking members.
He did that from a jail cell in California. He may or may not have thought he was insulated from prosecution on Long Island. He is not.
A total of 31 alleged gang members and associates were arrested. Prosecutors say they played a role of some sort in shootings, robberies, and narcotic sales from Hempstead to the Hamptons.
While 31 suspected members of the Bloodhound Brims were indicted on Long Island for a string of 13 shootings, including the tragic demise of schoolteacher Kimberly Collins Midget, much of the violence traces back to the foundational leadership and ideology of one man, Latique "Law Brim" Johnson. Johnson, known throughout New York as the founder of the Bloodhound Brims, established the gang during his incarceration in the New York State prison system in the early 2000s. From behind bars, La Brim created a hierarchical and militant organization that combined prison politics, street-level violence, and criminal enterprise under one umbrella. He wasn't just a symbolic figure. He operated as the godfather of the Brims, issuing orders, resolving disputes, and orchestrating violence through a tightly controlled communication system involving contraband phones, coded messages, and loyal intermediaries. Despite being sentenced in 2019 to 30 years in federal prison for racketeering, narcotics trafficking, and attempted deletion, Johnson's model of leadership and gang governance lives on in many of the younger sets across New York and beyond, including those recently indicted on Long Island. Law enforcement sources have stated that the Long Island faction of the Bloodhound Brims mirrored many of the organizational principles put in place by Law Brim. These included strict codes of conduct, military-style ranks, and targeted acts of violence designed to assert dominance over rival gangs or settle internal disputes. Several of the indicted members were said to be following orders from higher-ups connected to the gang's prison-based leadership, a structure directly descended from Johnson's original playbook. In addition to Law Brim, other leaders have helped sustain the BHB's presence both inside and outside prison walls. Josiah Herbert, one of the most active Bloodhound Brim leaders on Long Island, was indicted in 2023 in a separate case tied to multiple shootings in Brentwood and Central Islip. Prosecutors alleged he orchestrated targeted attacks and operated as a field commander within the Long Island division of the gang. The 103-count indictment handed down in the recent Long Island case demonstrates how Law Brim's teachings and structure continue to influence operations, even years after his conviction. The shootings were not random. They were coordinated, targeted, and in several cases, premeditated, according to Nassau County District Attorney Ann Donnelly. Authorities believe that younger members of the gang, many in their early 20s, were indoctrinated into the Bloodhound Brims with the same militarized discipline and rules that Johnson instilled over a decade ago. These members were likely put on or initiated through violent acts, and some may have risen quickly through the ranks by carrying out shootings or trafficking drugs. Even though Johnson is incarcerated, his name still carries weight, especially among younger Brims seeking credibility. In some cases, members have been heard referencing Johnson and his leadership during jailhouse calls or on social media, reaffirming his mythic status within the gang.
Long Island police arrested 3 accused members of the violent MS-13 gang for machete attacks in Nassau County.
It was just after midnight Saturday night when Westbury homeowner Barbara Calabro says she heard loud bangs outside on Dover Street.
I called the police after I heard 4 gunshots.
It sounded like gunshots.
Nassau police say Calabro was right. They found several bullet casings on the street. Police showed the 9mm weapon they seized from 3 alleged MS-13 gang members now under arrest. Detectives charged the trio fired the weapon near a 19-year-old man standing in front of his home after first slashing him in the stomach with a machete. Police say the attack began after one gang member asked, "Why are you laughing?" And the victim responded, "I can laugh at anything I want." Nassau police are also charging the 2 Hernandez brothers with an earlier machete attack in January on nearby Kinkle Street in Westbury, where they left a 19-year-old with a severe 4-inch gash across his face. The 2 attacks in Westbury have shaken residents.
In April 2017, law enforcement officials in Nassau County made significant progress in their crackdown on gang violence with the arrest of 3 individuals in Westbury, Long Island. Among them 2 alleged members of the MS-13 gang, a group known for its violent activity across the region. The arrest stemmed from 2 separate machete attacks earlier that year, which authorities quickly linked to gang retaliation and territorial aggression. The first incident occurred on January 15, 2017, on Kinkle Street. The 19-year-old male was approached by the Hernandez brothers. During the confrontation, Jose Hernandez allegedly attacked the victim with a machete, leaving a deep 4-inch gash across his face. The second violent encounter took place on April 16, around midnight, on Dover Street. Another 19-year-old male was approached by Fidel Hernandez, who questioned the victim's behavior. According to authorities, Fidel struck the victim in the stomach with a machete, while Jose pulled out a firearm and fired 4 shots. Fortunately, none of the bullets hit the victim, and the suspects fled the scene on foot. Following an intensive investigation, police apprehended all 3 suspects, Jose and Fidel Hernandez, as well as 18-year-old Miguel Urias Arguenta, on April 18, 2017. Fidel and Arguenta were arrested near Railroad and Magnolia Avenues, and Jose was caught later that day at Broadway and Sherman Street. All 3 men were charged with attempted deletion and weapons-related offenses. At the time of their arrest, authorities stated that all 3 were born in El Salvador and believed to be in the country illegally. The investigation revealed that the suspects were affiliated with MS-13, a transnational street gang with a notorious reputation for brutal violence, especially in parts of Long Island such as Brentwood, Central Islip, and Westbury. In the legal proceedings that followed, Jose Hernandez pleaded guilty in January 2019 to 2 counts of attempted deletion in the 2nd degree and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Fidel Hernandez also took a plea deal, admitting to criminal possession of a weapon in the 2nd degree, which resulted in a 4-year prison sentence. Miguel Arguenta's case proceeded separately, with similar charges levied against him.
Authorities say a dangerous and violent gang has been busted on Long Island. Prosecutors unsealing a 59-count indictment against 8 members and associates of the Crips in Hempstead. They are charged with racketeering and conspiracy to commit and multiple assaults and firearms offenses.
Innocent lives were lost and maimed, and the law-abiding residents of Nassau County lived in fear.
Well, a group of gang members who authorities say terrorized Nassau County on Long Island for several years is now in police custody. The group is linked to more than a dozen shootings and 3 between 2016 and 2021. They're also linked to several robberies and kidnappings over that span. 6 of the 8 gang members were arrested this morning in New York. Another was arrested in North Carolina. A 7th suspect remains at large. Authorities say the gang used social media to target children to join the group. According to authorities, the gang is also accused of defrauding unemployment and the federal COVID-19 Paycheck Protection Program of more than $200,000 to finance their operation.
In federal court in Central Islip, a 59-count indictment was unsealed charging 8 members and associates of a violent subset of the Crip Street gang known as the Insane Crip Gang, or ICG, with various offenses. The indictment charges 7 defendants with racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder. 6 defendants are charged with multiple attempted deletions, assaults, and related firearms offenses. 4 defendants are charged in connection with their respective roles in 3 deletions committed in Nassau County between 2016 and 2021. NCDA Donnelly stated, This Crips faction has wreaked havoc in the Hempstead area for nearly a decade, deleting perceived rivals and innocent bystanders alike. In just 2 years, Akeem Chambers allegedly participated in 2 deletions and more than a dozen shootings. This gang celebrated its violence on social media, using that same social media as a recruiting tool, and financed its activities by systematically stealing from government benefit programs designed to aid the unemployed and those adversely impacted by COVID. Akeem Chambers is charged with participating in over a dozen shootings and 2 deletions between 2020 and 2022, including the August 1, 2020 murder of 28-year-old Thaisha Williams in Hempstead, New York. In that incident, Chambers, along with Rob Pardo and another associate of the ICG, learned of a party on Martin Luther King Drive in Hempstead that was going to be attended by members of the rival de Block Bloods. Chambers and the others decided to commit a drive by shooting of the party. Jonathan Gonzalez was enlisted to be the driver for the shooting. Chambers and the other associate, each armed with a 9mm firearm, planned to shoot the rivals, while Rob Pardo remained in the area to assist their flight from the scene of the crime. As Chambers and the others drove down Martin Luther King Drive shortly after midnight on August 1, 2020, they fired at least 8 times at party-goers, striking and deleting Thaisha Williams, an innocent bystander who was sitting in her car outside the party to pick up a friend. Another innocent female bystander was also struck by gunfire and suffered a non-life-threatening gunshot wound to her leg. Chambers was also charged with his role in the 2021 robbery and demise of James Diamond in Freeport, New York. In that incident, Chambers, together with others, planned to rob Diamond of a large sum of cash. Chambers and another individual, both armed with firearms, approached the victim and another man and attempted to rob them at gunpoint. During the course of the robbery, Chambers' co-conspirator shot and deleted Diamond. Notably, Jalen Rogers, who was charged with over a half-dozen violent crimes ranging from attempted deletion and assault to attempted kidnapping, committed at least 3 of those violent crimes while he was wearing a court-ordered GPS ankle monitor imposed as a condition of supervision. In each of those shootings, records for Rogers' ankle monitor place him at the scene of the crime at the time of the shootings. Jonathan Vasquez is charged with the November 19, 2016 demise of 19-year-old Josephus Vanable in Hempstead, New York. Vanable, an individual who was repeatedly targeted by the ICG in Hempstead, was shot and met his demise on a Hempstead street by Vasquez. In the wake of Vanable's demise, members and associates of the ICG took to social media to brag about the deletion. In addition, the gang boasted about the deletion in rap videos and graffiti around Hempstead. In addition to violence directed at rivals, Vasquez is also charged with attempted deletion for opening fire on 2 Nassau County police officers who were attempting to conduct a stop of his vehicle. Vasquez is also charged with the gunpoint robbery of a woman in Levittown, New York, and several other gang-related shootings. To finance their criminal conduct and enrich themselves, the defendants and other ICG members and associates engaged in a wide array of fraud schemes, including defrauding state unemployment systems, the federal COVID-19 Paycheck Protection Program (PPP), various forms of identity theft, and bank fraud. The frauds perpetrated by ICG members and associates netted the gang's members and associates hundreds of thousands of dollars since early 2020. For example, the ICG stole approximately $200,000 from the state of California by submitting fraudulent unemployment benefits applications. In addition to their fraud schemes, the defendants regularly purchased, maintained, and sold a wide array of firearms. The investigation linked a total of 26 guns to the defendants and their associates. 14 of the 26 guns were linked to multiple shootings committed by the defendants or other insane Crip gang members.
Republican gubernatorial candidate Lee Zeldin says he had just left a Columbus Day parade in the Bronx and was on his way back home with his wife Diana when he got a frantic call from one of his twin daughters. No call any parent would ever wish to get.
The way this started, the two of them were at the kitchen table doing homework, and they hear gunshots.
According to investigators, a drive-by shooting had unfolded right outside Zeldin's home in Shirley just after 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
There were 2 individuals who were in one of our camera frames, and they didn't move. These were the two people who were shot.
The Long Island congressman, who has represented New York's 1st District since 2015, told reporters at a late-night press briefing that his security cameras caught the two victims laying down under his front porch near the bushes. It appears they were trying to hide from the shooters. The sounds of gunfire were also captured on neighbors' Ring cameras.
18 alleged gang members arrested and tied to 31 separate incidents on Long Island. Hello, I'm Dana Tyler.
Welcome back. I'm Christine Johnson. Police say that they are terrorizing Long Island neighborhoods with shootings and carjackings. And now 18 alleged gang members are behind bars.
One of their crimes made headlines in October, the shooting outside Congressman Lee Zeldin's house in Shirley. CBS 2's Carolyn Gussoff reports tonight. Investigators say these suspects are part of a new neighborhood gang.
You're looking at an armed carjacking of an innocent rideshare driver in Wading River. The gunmen gleefully grinning as they steal the car, part of a ruthless gang, say officials, responsible for 31 violent acts from Suffolk to Nassau since last year, including a outside a Farmingville nightclub in full public view.
In addition to the 6 shootings, we have 5 carjackings, 1 armed robbery, 15 separate stolen vehicles. We also have a home burglary where 6 French bulldog puppies and their mothers were stolen.
Suffolk DA Ray Tierney announcing 18 arrests, credits a team approach from multiple agencies for crippling a relatively new gang based in the Mastic Shirley area called NFL, short for No Fake Love. Also arrested incarcerated gang leaders who were allegedly directing the violence from behind bars, elevating it to innocent citizens.
In December 2022, law enforcement agencies in Suffolk County, Long Island, made a major breakthrough in the fight against gang violence with the takedown of the No Fake Love gang, better known by their street moniker, the NFL Gang. This sweeping operation culminated in the unsealing of a 148-count indictment against 18 alleged members and associates of the gang, whose members referred to themselves as Everybody K. The charges ranged from deletion and attempted deletion to armed robbery, carjacking, weapons possession, and conspiracy. The gang had established a fearsome reputation for violence and was said to operate throughout the Mastic, Shirley, Bellport, and Riverhead areas, impacting communities already struggling with gun crime and drug-related activity. Authorities stated that the NFL gang was a loosely organized yet extremely dangerous group whose members had ties to both the Bloods and Crips, making them a hybrid threat on the streets of Long Island. Members often used stolen vehicles to carry out their crimes, including drive-by shootings and robberies, before selling the vehicles to fund other criminal enterprises. They were also known to use social media to flaunt their activities and recruit new members. Investigators said the gang displayed a blatant disregard for public safety, carrying out violent acts in broad daylight and near homes, businesses, and even schools. Among the most high-profile incidents tied to the NFL gang was the fatal shooting outside Mink's nightclub in Farmingville in December 2021. In that case, 19-year-old David Trent opened fire, deleting 23-year-old Jorge Mauricio Sevilla Barrera and injuring 2 others. The nightclub shooting shocked the local community and heightened the urgency of the investigation. Trent eventually pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and other charges related to the shooting. Another deeply disturbing incident occurred in October 2022 when bullets flew outside the home of U.S. Congressman Lee Zeldin in Shirley. Although Zeldin and his family were not harmed, the shooting, later linked to alleged NFL member Noah Green, drew national attention and intensified pressure on law enforcement to act swiftly. The gang's criminal activities were not limited to shootings. Members were also connected to a series of armed robberies and carjackings, including a particularly violent robbery of a Lyft driver in Wading River. In another bizarre twist, the gang allegedly stole a litter of French bulldog puppies, valued at thousands of dollars, as part of a robbery scheme. Prosecutors noted that the stolen dogs were being sold to fund weapons purchases and drug deals. As of now, many of the indicted NFL members await trial or sentencing, with prosecutors aiming to ensure that justice is served not only for the direct victims of these crimes, but also for the communities terrorized by the gang's years-long reign. In March 2018, Suffolk County authorities dismantled a significant sex trafficking operation, leading to the indictment of 5 alleged members of the Bloods gang. These individuals were charged with operating a prostitution ring that exploited vulnerable women across various locations in Suffolk County, including Medford, Ronkonkoma, Holtsville, Shirley, and Coram. The investigation revealed that the accused targeted women struggling with drug addiction, coercing them into prostitution by supplying narcotics and creating a cycle of dependency. Suffolk County District Attorney Timothy Sini highlighted the manipulative tactics employed, stating, "They would run debt by virtue of accepting those drugs from the sex traffickers, and they would pimp them out throughout Suffolk County." The defendants faced a comprehensive 44-count indictment encompassing charges related to sex trafficking and drug distribution. The operation's exposure underscored the pervasive issue of human trafficking within the region and the exploitation of individuals battling substance abuse.
Brooklyn has long been a battleground for violent gang rivalries, fueled by drugs, guns, and deep-rooted territorial disputes. From Bushwick to East New York to Bed-Stuy, law enforcement has carried out major takedowns targeting street crews responsible for dozens of deletions, shootings, and drug trafficking operations. These high-profile indictments, spanning operations like New Boss, Tidal Wave, and major RICO cases against crews like Brick Squad, Bama Life, and the Hoolies, offer a window into the deadly reach of organized street gangs in New York City. This report breaks down the most significant cases, the charges, and the fallout as prosecutors and federal agents move to dismantle the borough's most violent criminal networks.
This man in black opening fire down Myrtle Avenue and Harmon Street in the late afternoon on March 1st. Children and adults racing down the street in fear. Police say the alleged gunman is a member of the street gang shaded in green. Only, TBO is the largest gang. The members range in age from just 17 to 26. 12 of these men face charges from murder to attempted murder in connection with 10 separate shootings since 2015. Says the intended targets in this March surveillance video are members of the Elm Street Piru gang shaded in green. TBO is the largest gang in blue. The other rival gangs here in Bushwick are 900 shaded in pink and Loot Gang in yellow. It was here at the intersection of Madison Street and Evergreen Avenue that a TBO gang member known as Bless was shot dead. That was in September of 2013, and police say since then the gang has been on a mission to retaliate. Take a look at this gunman in red firing multiple shots. It happened in front of a market on Knickerbocker Avenue in July of 2015. The gunman missed his target, but a bullet went right through the window of a parked car, narrowly missing a man. And in October of 2015, police say this TBO member allegedly fired 3 shots, hitting an MTA bus. You can see here what looks like a puff of smoke, a bullet narrowly missing this passenger. She was cut on the forehead from broken glass.
There, if you look at the blue shaded area, that's where the TBO, True Bosses Only crew, operates. The green shaded area to the west is where the Elm Street Piru crew operates. The pink shaded area is where the 900 gang operates, mostly in Bedford-Stuyvesant and the Sumner houses. And all the way to the bottom right of the exhibit, there's a yellow shaded area. I think the number 2 is over there. And that is where you're going to see the Loot Gang. That's the Ocean Hill houses.
Killed by that bullet that went straight through a city bus, considering it was a very close call. Take a look at the bus driver. He was led away this afternoon by paramedics and police. Now, officials here on the scene tell me that a bullet whizzed right by his head around 2:30 this afternoon. The MTA saying at least one bullet pierced through the window of the B13 bus that was going straight down Wyckoff Avenue. The shattered glass injured a female passenger. She was taken to Wyckoff Hospital, and then the bullet went out through the window. The incredible thing about this is that where the bullet exited the bus after going through the left passenger window, right where it went through the other window is where 2 passengers could have been seated, but those bus seats were empty. And incredible.
In June 2017, Brooklyn prosecutors announced a sweeping 59-count indictment against 12 suspected members of the True Bosses Only crew, also known as Team Bang Out. as part of a major gang crackdown labeled Operation New Boss. Acting District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, alongside the NYPD's Gun Violence Suppression Division, revealed that the Bushwick-based group had been involved in a violent turf war from 2015 to 2017, during which numerous shootings took place and several innocent bystanders were injured. The indictment included serious charges connected to at least 10 shootings, primarily concentrated in the area east of Putnam Street between Wyckoff Avenue and Broadway. The defendants ranged aged 17 to 26. All 12 pleaded not guilty, with bail amounts ranging from $100,000 to $1.5 million. Gonzalez emphasized the city's commitment to combating gang violence, stating, "We simply cannot tolerate this kind of brazen violence." The indictment detailed several alarming incidents. On July 8, 2015, Laras allegedly fired across the street from the High Mango Market on Knickerbocker Avenue, located in rival Elm Street Piru territory. Although he missed his intended target, a bullet pierced a parked car's window, nearly striking a man seated inside. On October 30, 2015, Arcelires reportedly opened fire in front of 180 Wyckoff Avenue, again in Piru territory, striking an MTA bus and causing glass to injure a passenger. Nearly a year later, on September 11, 2016, Arcelires allegedly fired multiple rounds at rival gang members near Central Avenue, accidentally hitting 2 women who were simply walking by. Then, on March 1, 2017, Arcelires allegedly shot down Myrtle Avenue toward 2 Piru members riding bicycles, instead hitting a bystander in the torso and sending pedestrians, including children, fleeing for cover.
Prosecutors say they were part of a street gang called the Brick Squad, a subset of a bigger, violent criminal network.
10 men arrested, accused of funneling money back to members behind bars. Prosecutors say the gang is behind several shootings, 2 of them deadly and caught on video.
His name is Howard Smith, but authorities say he likes to go by a nickname.
Yo, bro, I'm Godfather.
That's Smith on a wiretapped call from inside prison, where prosecutors allege he sent marching orders to this team of gang members. Another gang member, Markel Pender, inside the prison walls of Attica, sent similar orders, even showed surveillance video of this one, where the accused gunman raises his arms only hours after he appeared in this video smoking with victim John Fernandez, allegedly targeted for not selling enough.
This is an old school gang, and they make their money from dealing drugs.
And here's another surveillance video of a second on Hart Street in Bed-Stuy in April of 2018. Brick Squad gang allegedly sold drugs not only in Brooklyn, but also in Binghamton and in Bangor, Maine. The major clue that tipped off law enforcement, the prison commissary accounts of Smith and Pender, gang members allegedly contributing money to prove loyalty.
Is from our investigation, seems to be the leader of this gang. He's a 49-year-old man. He's been in prison for quite some time. His name is Howard Smith. His nickname is Hamo. He also goes by the Godfather. He's currently serving a life sentence, and we allege that he is the leader of this Brick Squad gang. He is definitely an integral part of this conspiracy, although he's in prison. When we were investigating this case, one of the things we learned is that he has more than $25,000 in his commissary. We learned that he was often complaining that people weren't putting enough money in his commissary and wasn't visiting him enough. Let's play one of the calls that we intercepted.
Most of these dudes are not really putting nothing in. They're not even putting no work in, especially behind Choo. No, bro, that's all. Yo, bro, I'm the fucking Godfather, right? I'm the fucking Godfather. I don't take care of you take care of me. What Godfather you really meant? And then he takes care of Think about it. Does it make sense?
The Brick Squad, A Bloods-affiliated gang, also known as the Untouchable Guerrilla Stone Nation, was active in Brooklyn neighborhoods like East New York and Brownsville. In December 2019, Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announced a 48-count indictment against 10 alleged members, charging them with racketeering, deletion, drug trafficking, and weapons offenses. Authorities said the gang was moving drugs across New York City, upstate New York, and even into Maine, using violence to control their territory. At the center of the case was gang leader Howard Smith, known as the Godfather. Prosecutors flagged his unusually large prison commissary account as a sign of the gang's profits. The indictment tied several members to two 17-year-old John Fernandez, shot in Ocean Hill in 2017, and Claudel Gary, gunned down in Bedford-Stuyvesant in 2018. Deshaun Washington, Quazir Farmer, Marco Pender, and Christopher Garcia were among those charged. In total, the indictment included 7 non-fatal shootings and extensive narcotics operations. By September 2024, prosecutors reported that Washington, Garcia, and Farmer had been sentenced to life in prison. 6 other defendants received terms ranging from 4 to 12 years. Gonzalez stated that these convictions should send a clear message. Those who terrorize communities with gun violence and drug crime will be held fully accountable. Court records revealed further detail about the deletions. On December 7, 2017, Deshaun Washington, acting on orders from Christopher Garcia, ambushed and fatally shot fellow gang member John Fernandez outside 601 Bainbridge Street. The two believed Fernandez had cooperated with law enforcement and wasn't earning enough for the crew. On April 18, 2018, Quazir Farmer and Marco Pender shot and rival Claudel Gary outside 175 Hart Street in Bedford-Stuyvesant. The attack, which followed a year-long feud, was carried out at close range.
The Brooklyn DA showed numerous videos of the shootings allegedly committed at the hands of members of the Hooli Gang. This is the July 2020 shooting that killed a 1-year-old.
Shooting indiscriminately towards a park where people were having a barbecue.
24-year-old Akeem Artis and 25-year-old Deshaun Austin were the alleged shooter and driver. 18 members of the Hooli Gang, ranging in age from 19 to 33, are named in the 63-count indictment that includes 4 and 8 non-fatal shootings. The NYPD says there are under 100 members in this Bed-Stuy-based gang. Investigators say gang members operated by using a 3-car caravan, a blocker to block a police cruiser, a chaser to speed off to make police chase that car, and a third containing the shooters. They also used an encrypted instant messaging system with coded language.
Now, 18 members of one of the city's most violent gangs, the Hoolies, are being held accountable for 4 and 8 non-fatal shootings. An arrest warrant on the alleged leader and took him and the others into custody without firing a single shot or anyone being injured.
Crew is one of the worst crews that I've ever investigated.
Early one rainy morning this week, more than 70 NYPD officers and other local and federal law enforcement gathered at the NYPD Gun Violence Suppression Division headquarters.
Shootings took place in Brooklyn. One of the victims, a 22-month-old boy, killed during a cookout in Bed-Stuy.
Today, the families of some of those victims spoke out before a judge sentenced those 3 gang members to long prison terms.
That was the only word Deshaun Austin said before he was sentenced to 50 years to life after 27-year-old Janelle Whitted in March of 2020. Months before, Whitted was followed by Austin after leaving a nightclub. Austin shot him at point-blank range. After 6 months on trial, Austin, along with Travis Scott, Jaquan Lane, and Akeem Artis, members of Bed-Stuy's Hooli Gang, were found guilty of a number of charges.
The Hoolies are a violent street gang operating in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, particularly around the Roosevelt houses and the 53rd Police Precinct. In May 2021, Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announced a 63-count indictment against 18 alleged Hoolies members, linking them to a deadly string of crimes between 2018 and 2020. The charges included 4 deletions and 8 non-fatal shootings, many tied to ongoing gang rivalries. Among the most tragic incidents was the July 2020 demise of 22-month-old Devell Gardner Jr., who was fatally shot during a family barbecue. 2 Hoolies members, Dashawn Austin and Akeem Artis, were charged in the child. Another member, Travis Topo Scott, had previously been charged with the 2018 demise of Jano Whitted in Bed-Stuy. In 2024, all 3 men, Scott, Artis, and Austin, were convicted. Scott and Artis were sentenced to 50 years in prison each, while Austin received a 40-year sentence. This indictment detailed several alarming incidents. Jerry O. Washington allegedly shot a 900 member multiple times in the back, near in a courtyard of the Marcy houses, near 626 Park Avenue. The victim survived. Shortly after the slaying of Hoolies leader Jalo Jack Boy and the wounding of Akil Beans Artis, allegedly by a 900 member and an accomplice, various Hoolies members met in a Roosevelt Houses apartment to allegedly plot a series of revenge shootings. The first took place at the intersection of Ralph Avenue and Bainbridge Street, where Rasheem Parnell, known as both Hoolie Sco and Baby Raw, allegedly shot an innocent bystander 4 times in the torso, left leg, and groin, leaving the 23-year-old man paralyzed. A second retaliatory shooting took place when Travis Scott, known as Loso and Trav, allegedly opened fire at Tyree Walker as he walked toward his home at 997 Myrtle Avenue. Walker, who authorities say was not a 900 member, was hit multiple times in the torso and died. A third shooting tied to Grant's slaying took place when several Hoolies drove to the Kingsborough houses and fired multiple shots near Ralph Avenue and Dean Street, hitting an innocent bystander in the chest. The 43-year-old victim survived. Michael Doogie Parnell, 19, allegedly opened fire at a group of 900 members standing in front of the apartment building at 260 Herkimer Street. Dominic Scott, known as Chino and Domo, allegedly followed a man into 65 Tompkins Avenue, part of the Tompkins houses, and asked if he was 900. Scott then allegedly shot the man in his arm, pistol whipped him, and stole his cell phone. The victim was not a gang rival. Jaquan Lane, known as Bo and Bashan, and Dashawn Austin, known as Capo, Doo-Doo, and Hot Wheels, drove to the Kinnem Lounge, 856 Atlantic Avenue, after Lane got a text message saying that a member of the rival Pop Out Boys gang was there. Lane and Austin allegedly followed Pop Out Boys member Jano Whitted to the nearby Amour Cabaret, 566 Nostrand Avenue, where Austin made his way through the crowd and allegedly fired several shots into Whitted's chest, deleting him. Several Hoolies traveled in a white Mercedes-Benz to the Raymond Bush Playground at 457 Madison Street, where a memorial was being held for Whitted. Once there, they got out and opened fire at the mourners. Unique Trillanul, 21, leaned out the window of a white Mercedes-Benz driven by Jonathan Arroyo, known as Junito and Jayo, and opened fire at a person riding a scooter across from 231 Throop Avenue, part of the Sumner houses. The intended target was shot in the chest but survived. Artis, since recovered from his 2018 shooting, allegedly repeatedly fired a pistol at a black sedan that had driven past him near 69 Stuyvesant Avenue. A Hoolies member identified only as RM drove a Chrysler Pacifica alongside a teal-colored sedan near the brownstone at 579 Monroe Street, around at which point someone inside the Pacifica fired a pistol toward the sedan and a group of people nearby. A 3-car caravan of a Mercedes-Benz, an Audi, and a Volkswagen Jetta lined up in front of the apartment building at 365 Pulaski Street, where cops spotted the activity and activated the lights on a patrol car. The Jetta sped off, luring away the cops, after which the Mercedes and the Audi turned onto Madison Street, near a park where a cookout was underway. The two cars circled the block and returned moments later, when Austin and a second, unidentified shooter allegedly got out of Audi and opened fire at a group of people attending the cookout. 4 innocent bystanders were hit, including 1-year-old Devell Gardner, who later died. The 3 others survived. Divine Moore, who's known as Squeak, allegedly used a .40 caliber pistol to shoot into a dark-colored sedan owned by a 900 member that was traveling east past 365 Pulaski Street. Brandon Lee Loke allegedly fired a pistol at both a dark-colored sedan and a white vehicle in front of 375 Pulaski Street. Lamore Law Weems and Freedom Williams, who's known as Free and Free Light, went into a bodega at 147 Park Avenue, after which 900 member Taven Parker pulled up in a car and also entered the bodega. Parker bought something to drink, then went back to his car. Weems allegedly handed Williams a loaded pistol and told him, "Do what you do," after Williams said Parker was an op. Williams then allegedly went outside and fired 3 shots into the driver's side of Parker's car, hitting Parker in the head. He died 3 days later.
Today we announced the indictments of 43 members of these 2 rival gangs who terrorized the people of Brownsville. These 2 indictments charge 18 members of an organization called the Hood Stars and 25 members of an organization calling themselves the Wave Gang for conspiracies to commit murders and other violent crimes against each other. Their access to guns, we've recovered 35 guns during the course of this investigation.
In January 2012, Brooklyn District Attorney Charles Hines and NYPD Commissioner Ray Kelly launched Operation Tidal Wave, a major gang crackdown aimed at ending a violent turf war between 2 rival Brownsville crews, the Hood Stars based in the Marcus Garvey houses and the Wave Gang from the Langston Hughes houses. The operation led to the arrest of 43 individuals, mostly between the ages of 15 and 21, on a sweeping 102-count indictment. During the early morning raids, police also seized 35 firearms. Investigators revealed that the conflict involved shifting alliances, including connections between Roosevelt houses, Hoolies, and the Hood Stars. One notable incident included Wave Gang affiliate Sahaya Davis being charged in the shooting of Hood Stars member Nathaniel A.C. Walcott.
Today we announced 4 separate indictments charging 49 gang members with multiple felonies carrying substantial prison sentences for those convicted. Most of them have been apprehended and have been held in either very high bail or no bail. For several years, 2 groups of street thugs who were members of VCG, were very crispy gangsters, if you believe that, that's their name, and the Rock Stars have carried on a feud with escalating violence, which involved 12 shootings, one resulting in the wounding of a 10-year-old boy who was shot in the neck while watching television in his family's apartment. The feud also led to 3 homicides. This warlike rivalry began on September 6, 2009, when it's alleged that Rockstar gang member Michael Allen Reed, known as Skills with a Z, shot BCG gang member Taquan Crandall, who is known as Taywez. For the next 3 years, the Rockstars and VCG feud terrorized parts of the East New York community as they recklessly shot at each other in crowded parks and on busy streets with no regard for innocent bystanders. The Rockstars gang claimed the Linden houses in Miller Park as their territory, while the VCG gang claimed Pennsylvania and Livonia Avenues to Glenmore Avenue as their territory. And the maps over there show the areas that they claim to control. Rockstar and VCG gang members worked together by posting orders of protection issued to victims on Facebook and labeling them snitches. Phone call from Rikers Island. Rockstar leader Geraldo Menia called VCG leader Brandon Matos and agreed that any cooperating witness or victim would be, quote, taken care of, end quote, by their respective gangs.
In September 2012, Brooklyn District Attorney Charles Hines and NYPD officials announced sweeping indictments against 49 alleged members of two rival gangs in East New York, the Rockstars and the VCG, also known as the Wheeze Gang. The charges stemmed from a violent 3-year turf war, with defendants ranging in age from 16 to 23, facing counts including conspiracy and second-degree deletions. Investigators revealed that gang members openly posted threats and incriminating content on social media. In one instance, a Rockstars member reportedly taunted rivals online with the message, "Rockstars up 3-0" following a fatal shooting. DA Hines praised the joint efforts of detectives who relied on both social media surveillance and traditional investigative tactics to identify suspects. In September 2018, federal prosecutors in Brooklyn unsealed a 19-count superseding indictment against 9 alleged members of the Bushwick Crew, a violent drug ring accused of running a major drug trafficking operation in Brooklyn and Queens. Tied to Mexican cartel suppliers, the group allegedly used deletions, kidnapping, and extortion to protect their business. Prosecutors linked the crew to several brutal deletions. Goodwin was accused of fatally shooting Dundee Williams during a 2012 street fight. Brown and others were charged with torturing and deleting Gary Lopez and Rudy Superville in 2013, then burning their bodies. And Green was charged with the 2014 nightclub deletion of Kelvin Johnson in Queens. Other charges included armed robberies, barbershop stick-ups, and shootings tied to drug debts. If convicted, the defendants face life sentences. By early 2020, several had pleaded guilty.
New York exclusive, a dangerous gang dubbed Bama Life off the streets. Prosecutors say the crew terrorized a Brooklyn neighborhood for years. In one case, prosecutors say the gang shot 8 people at this party in Bed-Stuy last summer.
Newly released surveillance video that law enforcement sources gave to us exclusively shows 3 men opened fire into a crowd of more than 100 people. They ran for their lives in August of 2021.
The gang has to be held accountable. They are terrorizing our streets. They will be dealt with, and we will not stop.
Hospitalized this morning after this mass shooting here in the courtyard of the Eleanor Roosevelt houses here at this NYCHA complex. The video, you can see it was very chaotic in the moments after what happened here. This was 927 DeKalb Avenue. As many as 150 people were gathered at the playground for a music video shoot when detectives say those 2 men walked up and opened fire into the crowd. While dozens of people scattered, 3 men and 5 women ended up being hit at least once by bullets and then rushed to area hospitals.
On April 26, 2022, federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of New York unsealed a 35-count racketeering indictment against 6 alleged members of the East New York-based Bama Life gang. The defendants were charged with RICO conspiracy, multiple shootings, firearms violations, drug trafficking, and fraud. Prosecutors say Bama Life members injured at least 12 people in 6 separate shootings between 2019 and 2021. The violence, according to investigators, was fueled by proceeds from drug distribution and elaborate fraud schemes, including bank fraud and unemployment benefits scams. Among the most disturbing incidents, Andrew Simpson is accused of carrying out a mass shooting in August 2021 outside a Bed-Stuy housing complex, where 8 people were wounded. Tyshawn Sumter allegedly opened fire into a crowd at a child's birthday party, reportedly chasing panicked attendees down the street. In the indictment and other court filings, the defendants are charged in connection with 6 non-fatal shootings in East New York and elsewhere in Brooklyn that wounded 12 individuals. Also, as alleged in the indictment, the defendants financed their violent shooting spree through drug dealing and various forms of fraud, including bank fraud and unemployment benefits fraud. On August 11, 2019, Sutton accosted a member of a rival gang after a party in East New York. Sutton demanded to know if the victim was a member of the rival gang and then began shooting and pursuing the intended victim as the victim attempted to flee. Sutton struck and seriously injured his intended target and also struck an innocent bystander in the leg. On April 20, 2020, Sutton ambushed a male victim in the vicinity of 375 Sheffield Avenue in East New York, Brooklyn. Surveillance video shows Sutton approaching the victim undetected from behind, drawing his weapon, firing several shots, and striking the victim in the chest, thigh, and wrist before fleeing the scene. Following Sutton's arrest on federal charges for this shooting, Warren took images of Sutton shooting his victim that were part of a court filing and posted them to Instagram with the message, "My boy great." On May 16, 2020, Sutton and Sumter, together with others, shot and seriously injured a member of a rival gang in the vicinity of 2211 Pitkin Avenue in East New York, Brooklyn. Surveillance video of the shooting shows two cars pulling up to a location approximately 4 blocks from the shooting. Sutton exited one of the cars and approached 2211 Pitkin Avenue, where members of a rival gang are known to congregate, while Sumter and other co-conspirators waited in the vehicle. Surveillance video from inside the building shows Sutton in the lobby holding a firearm. Moments later, Sutton shot the rival in the courtyard of 2211 Pitkin Avenue, ran back to the waiting vehicles, and fled the scene. On July 14, 2020, Sutton, Sumter, and others opened fire on a member of a rival gang member in the vicinity of 620 Vermont Avenue in East New York. Video surveillance footage of the shooting shows Sutton, Sumter, and others arrive at the scene in 2 cars. Sutton and Sumter exited one of the vehicles and began shooting, striking the rival gang member and seriously injuring him. Sutton, Sumter, and several other individuals then ran back to the waiting vehicles, which sped off. On February 6, 2021, Sumter shot at a group of individuals outside a 6-year-old's birthday party in the vicinity of 1093 Putnam Avenue in Brooklyn, after a member of Bama Life had an altercation with those individuals at the party. Video surveillance footage shows Sumter outside the entrance to the party as guests, including young children, were leaving. The surveillance footage shows a group of individuals running from the scene and shows Sumter chasing after them while firing several shots. Following the shooting, Sumter fled in a waiting vehicle. On August 16, 2021, Simpson and at least 2 accomplices shot into a crowd outside of 927 DeKalb Avenue in Brooklyn, striking 8 individuals. Video surveillance of the incident shows Simpson and his accomplices double park near the scene of the shooting, after which 2 of the conspirators approached the large crowd gathered in the courtyard and began firing. The shooters returned to the waiting vehicle and sped off.
Boasting about committing crimes on the internet doesn't pay. 14 members of a Brooklyn gang were busted after idiots in their crew accepted Facebook friend requests from a cop who was tipped off to their year-long Crown Heights crime wave, authorities said. Police officer Michael Rodriguez, an anti-crime officer, friended several alleged members of the Broward Boys gang through the social networking site. Cracking the gang's coded online chatter, cops were then able to set up surveillance of the thieves stepping out onto fire escapes and up to rooftops to make their escape. In one police surveillance video from March, an alleged gang member identified as Olurabu Henry can be seen in broad daylight as he carries a backpack out a window and onto a rooftop where cops were waiting for him.
Looks like they're passing stuff out. Going back up to the roof. Sergeant's coming right to you. Just one. In the black hoodie right now. He's coming out right now. Henry's still inside. Up on the roof. Wait till he's coming to you.
Police said the wave of more than a dozen break-ins terrorized Crown Heights residents from April 2011 to March of this year. At a press conference, Police Commissioner Ray Kelly said that the Broward Boys would target people who had just moved into the neighborhood and look for open windows to crawl into. 2 of the break-ins turned violent, authorities said. In one, Darren Dyson, Deshaun Samuels, Christopher Scott, and a 13-year-old boy are accused of tying up a man and a woman during a robbery and sexually assaulting the 22-year-old female. In another, Terry Wally allegedly shot the resident of one home he was burglarizing, then suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound during the struggle with the victim.
The Brower Boys were a notorious teen gang operating in Crown Heights, named after the nearby Brower Park and Street. In May 2012, Brooklyn prosecutors indicted 14 members, ranging in age from 13 to 19, on a sweeping 102-count indictment for a year-long spree of burglaries, robberies, and assaults. The gang specialized in breaking into apartments by climbing fire escapes and moving across rooftops, striking fear throughout the neighborhood. Commissioner Ray Kelly noted that the teens openly bragged about their crimes on Facebook, providing key evidence that helped detectives build the case. District Attorney Charles Hines described the group as having terrorized their neighborhood for an extended period. One of the most disturbing cases linked to the Brower Boys involved Darren Dyson, who was later convicted for a violent January 2012 home invasion in which victims were hogtied and robbed, and a female resident was gang raped. Following the takedown, several members of the crew pleaded guilty and were sentenced to long prison terms, effectively dismantling the group's operation.
Gang members in Brooklyn, some of them barely teenagers. And there's no shortage of surveillance video of the shootings that cops say involved mostly innocent bystanders. Nearly 20 accused gang members now busted for all kinds of charges, including
18 alleged gang members charged in 3 indictments with murder, weapons possession, and other charges. Detectives connected the defendants to 10 shootings that injured 10 people, 8 of them innocent bystanders. Police launched their investigation in the summer of 2021.
The investigation focused on street gangs operating along the border of Crown Heights and Bedford-Stuyvesant in Brooklyn. 15 of the defendants are reportedly members of the H-Block Billy's gang, an alliance between a 5'9" Brim blood set and a 9-Trey blood set, with key locations at 260 to 280 Herkimer Street and 1625 Fulton Street in Crown Heights. The remaining 3 defendants are said to be members of the Gates Fam Street Gang, a subset of the Bloods, which operates around the Louis Armstrong houses and 523 Gates Avenue in Bedford-Stuyvesant. The indictment alleges that members of the H-Block Billy's gang conspired to delete members of opposing gangs, often discussing their plans on social media, through recorded jail conversations, and via text messages. Some defendants were found with photos and videos of themselves handling or discussing firearms. Between August 2021 and the date of the indictment, the defendants are accused of carrying out numerous shootings and acts of violence to maintain control over their territory and assert dominance over rival gangs. According to the indictment, the alleged conspiracy began in August 2021 with a series of 3 shootings by H-Block Billy's members within a 2-hour span. These incidents resulted in the deletion of 16-year-old Yaquan Gaz, a member of Gates Fam, and injuries to 3 others, including an innocent bystander mistaken for a rival. The second deletion cited in the indictment occurred on June 25, 2022, when 16-year-old Nashawn Campbell, an associate of a rival gang, was fatally shot in Brownsville's Dr. Green playground. H-Block members Nishon Perry, Demetri Genjax, and Isaiah Charles are charged in connection with this incident, allegedly targeting Campbell while searching for rival gang members. The indictment further details several additional shootings carried out by H-Block Billy's members. On April 12, 2022, Malcolm Davis and Shamari Griffith allegedly left their base at 260 Herkimer Street and traveled to 471 Gates Avenue, where they reportedly opened fire, injuring 3 bystanders. The victims included a 29-year-old man who sustained a spinal cord injury, a 42-year-old man with a graze wound, and a 45-year-old man with a gunshot wound to the thigh. On August 18, 2022, in Folk Nation gang territory, defendants Perry and Jamori Foster allegedly opened fire on a vehicle occupied by 4 people, shattering windows and causing damage, though no injuries were reported. On August 21, 2022, Charles Genjax and another unidentified individual allegedly opened fire on a crowd during a video shoot for a rapper associated with a rival gang, Lincoln Fam. The shooting resulted in a leg injury to a videographer and damage to several cars in the area. The indictment also mentions an incident on October 2, 2023, when Gates Fam member David Robinson allegedly attempted to run over H-Block member Michael Hammond with his vehicle. After crashing into a city bike rack and knocking down a fire department pole, Hammond reportedly fired shots at Robinson's vehicle, striking him in the shoulder.
17 alleged members of 3 Brooklyn gangs were indicted. CBS 2's Natalie Duddridge has more from downtown Brooklyn.
Video shows 2 men with dark hoodies walk into an Albany Avenue apartment and up the stairs where police say a Sweet 16 birthday was underway. Another man at the door pulls out a gun and starts shooting. It happened November 2020. Police say the intended target was this man in the elevator, believed to be a member of a rival gang. In total, 9 people were shot. A 20-year-old woman from Virginia district attorney outlined today that he believes these 17 alleged gang members are behind. The members are part of 3 violent street gangs that formed an alliance called YPF.
The alleged gang members are in custody, including 17-year-old Giovanni Bennett. He's accused of firing a gun right outside of Metrotech in broad daylight. A bullet hit a 19-year-old college student, an innocent bystander. Police also arrested these 2 17-year-olds in connection to a mass shooting. 8 people shot. 1 died outside the Eleanor Roosevelt houses over the summer.
The district attorney's office has announced the results of a long-term investigation conducted by the Violent Criminal Enterprises Bureau and the NYPD's Brooklyn North Violent Crime Squad into the alleged violent activities of 3 street gangs that formed an alliance. The groups identified as FNO Fear No One, based in Fort Greene, PPP Pistol Packing Pickin', based in East New York, and YAWA, Young and Wild and Hustling, based in Brownsville, collectively refer to themselves as YPF. The alliance was reportedly created to expand their influence and territory, allowing them to coordinate acts of violence against common adversaries and to establish control over geographic areas. According to the allegations, the alliance provided members with greater access to firearms and enabled them to move freely through each other's neighborhoods, effectively increasing their operational reach and allowing them to target rival groups more effectively. The YPF alliance's territory is said to include several areas in Brooklyn. The Langston Hughes, Van Dyke, and Seth Lowe houses in the 73rd Precinct, Brownsville, which is recognized as Yawa's area, the vicinity of 2211 Pitkin Avenue, known as Fiorentino Plaza in the 75th Precinct, East New York, which is PPP's territory, and the Ingersoll houses and surrounding areas in the 88th Precinct, Fort Greene, which is associated with FNO. The individuals involved in these activities were reportedly between the ages of 14 and 20 at the time the conspiracies began. The investigation has revealed that several incidents were captured on surveillance cameras, and social media platforms were used by the accused to discuss and boast about their actions. Allegations include 14 separate shootings linked to YPF members, resulting in 14 shooting victims, including 9 individuals who were not involved in gang activities. 4 individuals were fatally injured in these incidents, while others sustained injuries. One notable incident allegedly occurred on October 28, 2020, when FNO members Equin Warlick and Nakai Addison reportedly targeted an individual they believed to be a rival inside a bodega on New Lots Avenue in East New York. During the altercation, 18-year-old college student Sherrod McCoy, who was not affiliated with any gang, was chased and subsequently deleted by Warlick outside the bodega. Addison allegedly took possession of the firearm and returned to the bodega to fire additional shots. Another incident took place on November 22, 2020, when it is alleged that George Risher Jr., Warlick, and at least 2 others traveled to East New York for a birthday party where perceived adversaries were expected to be present. The group allegedly fired at individuals near the venue, resulting in one person being struck in the leg and property damage. The situation escalated as the group pursued their perceived rivals to another location, where multiple shots were fired, resulting in the deletion of 20-year-old Digiona Long, a visitor from Virginia, and injuries to 5 other individuals. On September 21, 2021, another incident allegedly occurred involving FNO members at the Metrotech Mall in downtown Brooklyn. During this event, Giovanni Bennett reportedly fired several shots at a former FNO member who had joined a rival group, Berg Fam. An uninvolved New York University student was struck in the arm during the exchange.
A Choo member, Dalik Habasham, pulled the trigger. Thankfully, she survived. The 2 gangs have been terrorizing communities in Brownsville and in Flatbush over the course of a 2-year war. Police say shooting at each other, then bragging about their victims on social media in drill rap videos. But with many of the key players behind bars,
a total of 106 counts have been brought against 32 defendants, 13 alleged members of the Woo Group, and 19 alleged members of the Choo Group. The indictments are the result of a comprehensive investigation led by the District Attorney's Violent Criminal Enterprises Bureau and the NYPD's Gun Violence Suppression Division. This investigation, spanning from the spring of 2020 to November 2022, focused on two rival groups operating out of several neighboring housing complexes in Brownsville. Woo is based in the Seth Lowe houses, Van Dyke houses, Langston Hughes houses, Glenmore Plaza, and Brownsville houses. This group is comprised of several subsets, including OMB, 1800, Gorilla Stone Bloods, Macballer Bloods, 5'9 Brim, Yawa, and Pistol Packin' Pitkin, PPP. Choo, on the other hand, operates from the Tilden houses, Howard houses, Marcus Garvey Village, Newport Gardens, and Riverdale Towers. Their ranks include subsets such as Folk Nation, also known as Gangster Disciples, Move in Silence, MIS, and Hood Stars. The dividing line between these two territories is often marked by Dumont Avenue, with some housing complexes under the control of both groups located along the same streets. The prolonged rivalry between these organizations is rooted in the desire to maintain control over their respective territories and to assert dominance over each other. This ongoing conflict has led to frequent acts of violence. Much of the animosity intensified following the deletion of Woo member Shamel Boomer on July 10, 2020. While Boomer's deletion was allegedly carried out by a member of the Bergen Fam group, both Bergen Fam and Choo celebrated the incident. This act of disrespect became a catalyst for further conflict, with Woo members vowing to retaliate against their rivals, including Choo, in what they referred to on social media as the Boomin' for Boomer movement. In response, Choo members also engaged in violent acts against Woo members and those perceived to be aligned with them. During the period covered by the indictments, there were 27 incidents, including 2 fatal shootings and 17 non-fatal shootings, which left 14 individuals injured. Over 25 firearms were reportedly used in these violent acts, and 27 firearms were recovered during the investigation. The indictments indicate that many of these incidents were captured on surveillance video and that the defendants boasted about their actions on social media and in music videos, discussing and taking credit for acts of violence. The first fatal incident mentioned in the indictment occurred on July 5, 2020, when Choo member Corey Henry allegedly entered Woo territory at the Glenmore Plaza housing complex and fatally shot Woo member Jarl Goss. The second occurred on July 12, 2022, when Choo member Shocker Bartley allegedly shot and fatally injured Tyree McLaughlin, a Woo member, outside the Brownsville houses, which are considered Woo territory. Other significant incidents charged in the indictments include the following. On March 25, 2022, it is alleged that Dalik Habersham traveled in a BMW driven by Princess Chambers to Riverdale Avenue, where he believed a Woo member resided. Once there, Habersham allegedly exited the vehicle and fired in the direction of a man who was placing a young child in his car, mistakenly believing the man to be a rival. The child, a 3-year-old girl, was struck in the shoulder. The next day, Habersham allegedly sent a screenshot of a news article about the incident to a private Instagram group, followed by the message, "Did bad." On April 14, 2021, Choo member Parnell Brown was reportedly struck by a Hyundai Sonata driven by Woo member Davian Thompson as Brown attempted to cross the street. After being thrown onto the hood and then to the ground, Brown allegedly pursued the vehicle on foot and fired shots at it as it sped away. It is further alleged that Thompson drove directly to Saks Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, where surveillance footage captured him shopping at the luxury store. On October 6, 2020, Woo member Lawrence Cook allegedly summoned fellow members Elijah Griffith and Avani Stephen after spotting a rival Choo member in a doctor's office waiting room. Griffith and Stephen reportedly arrived and waited nearby until the Choo member exited the office with his mother and young siblings at approximately 2:50 p.m. As the family entered their vehicle, Griffith allegedly fired multiple shots at the vehicle, following Woo's purported policy of shoot on sight.
18 alleged gang members and their friends indicted on dozens of charges, including shootings, like this one in the Kings Plaza Mall in Brooklyn, when members of the Martens Beverly Bosses saw rival gang members at the mall. Cops say this is a big deal. Here's Eyewitness News reporter N.J. Burkett.
The Kings Plaza Mall, 5:30 in the afternoon. A young man with a gun aims and fires at a rival gang member. The gun jams, the clip falls out, and there's pandemonium. Committed by members of the Martens Beverly Bosses, a violent street gang affiliated with the notorious gang known as the Bloods.
During the course of this investigation, we saw members firing indiscriminately during daylight hours in the crowds with total disregard to innocent persons as well as rival gangs.
The district attorney announced an indictment involving alleged members of the Martense Beverly Bosses, MBB, a group reportedly affiliated with the 5'9 Brims, a subset of the larger Bloods gang. MBB is said to have operated primarily in and around the East Flatbush area of Brooklyn. The indictment details a series of activities between June 1, 2016 and June 14, 2018, during which MBB was allegedly engaged in conflicts with several rival groups such as the Folk Nation. Numerous other violent incidents, including 2 fatal shootings, are described in the indictment as part of this ongoing rivalry. Recorded conversations among MBB members allegedly revealed frequent discussions about who was up on the scoreboard, referring to acts of violence between the gangs. The members reportedly used coded language, referring to firearms as ball kicks and missed shots as air balls. Incarcerated members were allegedly referred to as bench warmers. The indictment also claims that MBB kept incarcerated members informed about the group's activities, including arrests, acts of violence, and other events involving the gang. One incident detailed in the indictment occurred on July 8, 2017, at around 5:40 p.m. when Quentin Raymond, Jeremy Deneau, and Stephen Daly were at Kings Plaza Mall and spotted members of a rival gang. After attempting unsuccessfully to lure the rivals outside, Daly allegedly handed a firearm to Raymond, who tried to fire it but managed only a single shot as the gun reportedly jammed. Another incident occurred on September 16, 2017, at approximately 4:25 a.m. when Donovan Frazier was allegedly deleted by Jermaine Carrington while exiting Franklin's Finest Deli in Crown Heights. Frazier was reportedly associated with Lincoln Fam, a rival group to MBB. On October 20, 2017, Jave Duncan and several others were walking along Linden Boulevard when Duncan allegedly fired 6 shots from a .380 caliber pistol at a rival, striking him once in the foot. The indictment also describes an incident on April 1, 2018, when Kobe Franklin, Harold Phillips, and 2 others allegedly left Phillips's residence and entered rival territory. Franklin is accused of carrying the firearm to and from the scene, while Phillips is alleged to have used it to delete Jerome Spence, a 26-year-old construction worker.
At number 1, we have the 8 Trey Gangster Crips and 9-Way Gang indictment.
2 rappers, including Chef G, now under indictment for gang violence that terrorized neighborhoods in Central and South Brooklyn. Williams is just one of 32 people charged with various counts of murder, attempted murder, conspiracy, and assault in an investigation that goes back nearly 3 years.
These are subjects that woke up and lived every single day with one objective, and that was to benefit the gang, gain clout for the gang.
As rapper Chef G, Williams was a pioneer in what's known as drill, a dark, particularly aggressive genre of hip-hop that critics say glorifies gang violence and retribution. His videos have been viewed hundreds of millions of times. Among those charged is Williams' protege, Tegan Chambers, known as Sleepy Hollow. Yet despite his fame and fortune, or perhaps because of it, investigators say Williams was willing to risk everything.
Brooklyn-based rapper Michael Williams, more popularly known by his stage name Chef G, has been implicated in a series of violent incidents that have rocked the borough. Alongside Williams, 31 other individuals have been charged, with the crimes resulting in the tragic death of 1 individual and injuries to 12 others. The individuals charged are believed to be members of the notorious 8 Trey Crips gang and its affiliate, the 9 Ways gang. Their alleged criminal activities span a range of offenses, from shootings and firearm possession to using stolen vehicles in their operations. These acts were primarily targeted at rival gang members, notably from groups such as the Folk Nation Gangster Disciples and ICG Babies. The indictment, which is extensive, encompasses 27 violent incidents, of which 12 are shootings. Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez has shed light on Williams aka Chef G dual life. While on one hand, he was a successful rapper, on the other, he allegedly used the proceeds from his music career to further the violent objectives of his gang. There are claims that Chef G incentivized violence by offering monetary rewards and lavish jewelry to those who carried out violent acts on behalf of the gang. One of the most harrowing incidents detailed in the indictment is a mass shooting that occurred on October 21, 2020. Surveillance footage captured Commander Ducatu, one of the accused, firing indiscriminately from a vehicle. This act resulted in the death of Theodore Sr., a rival gang member, and injuries to 5 other individuals. In the aftermath of this tragic event, Chef G alleged to have hosted a celebratory dinner in Manhattan, marking the death of Senior and the injuries sustained by the other victims. Takata now faces murder charges for his role in the incident. Meanwhile, other members, including Williams and his sister, Crystal Williams, have been slapped with charges of conspiracy to commit murder. During a press briefing, the district attorney underscored the significant role played by Chef G within the gang's hierarchy. He also highlighted the rapper's alleged misuse of his music earnings to perpetuate and escalate gang-related violence in Brooklyn.
Gang terror caught on surveillance footage, a barrage of bullets, 40 of them fired on a street corner while an innocent family with a baby walks by and ducks down for their lives. Another man runs through the lobby of a building. Behind him, gunshots are fired. Everyone inside runs and gets down. Then there's another who's staked out inside a sneaker store. There he is, they say. A half hour later, he leaves and gets shot in the middle of a public street in Bay Ridge. 2 innocent bystanders are also shot. These are just some of the alleged members of the 59 Brims Bloodhound Brims gang. 14 of them, including a 15-year-old, were charged with a 129-count indictment on weapons possession for violent crimes committed throughout the Sheepshead Bay and Coney Island neighborhoods in 2021 and 2022. Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announcing the charges Wednesday and then reading text messages exchanged between those alleged gang members, describing the disappointment that they didn't shoot and kill their intended target.
They say it's a bad drill, and the person that we allege, Antoine Favorite, says, how was it a bad drill? He's asking, like, how was it a bad drill? We chased, they shot at their rivals. He says, because nobody got hit.
According to the indictment, the alleged gang members revealed an intent for opposing gang members through music videos, recorded jail conversations, cell phone evidence, and Facebook and Instagram posts.
Prosecutors say these 14 suspects are collectively responsible for a wide variety of crimes between 2022 and 2024. They're linked to one, along with a rash of shootings that injured 9 people, including several innocent bystanders.
From opening fire on a residential Brooklyn street to shooting into cars and wounding innocent bystanders, left crying for help, these 14 alleged gang members stopped at nothing to settle their scores.
District Attorney Eric Gonzalez stated, last year, gun violence reached a record low due to strategic enforcement and targeted gang takedowns like this one, which removed 14 alleged shooters responsible for extreme violence in Coney Island and Sheepshead Bay. These individuals are accused of carrying out 19 shootings, killing a rival, and injuring innocent bystanders, recklessly endangering our communities. Focused enforcement has proven effective, and we will continue taking decisive action to keep violent criminals off our streets. The defendants are being arraigned before Brooklyn Supreme Court Justices Danny Chun and Craig Walker on a 129-count indictment, facing charges including second-degree conspiracy, attempted and criminal possession of a weapon, among other offenses. Crimes committed by members and associates of the 59 Brims and Bloodhound Brims, 2 blood-affiliated gangs operating primarily in Sheepshead Bay and Coney Island. The investigation focused on a series of violent incidents, including a deletion and multiple non-fatal shootings occurring across the 61st, 60th, 67th, 73rd, and 69th precincts since February 2021. According to the investigation, the defendants' rival gangs include Folk Nation, FNO, Woo, and G-Way, a subset of the guerrilla Stone Bloods. While tensions between the defendants' gangs and Folk Nation had existed for years, the rivalry escalated following the April 29, 2021 demise of Bloodhound Brim member Devontae Lewis, also known as Dior, outside his high school in Midwood. This event sparked a prolonged gang war that has continued for years. The 59 Brims/Bloodhound Brims defendants allegedly communicated their intent to delete rival gang members through music videos, recorded jail conversations, cell phone evidence, and social media posts on Facebook and Instagram. Text messages exchanged between the defendants suggest their goal was not just to intimidate, but to delete or seriously injure their rivals. In one conversation following a May 29, 2022 shooting that resulted in no injuries, the shooters were criticized for failing to leave the intended victims in critical condition as planned. On May 2, 2021, just 3 days after the deletion of Devontae Lewis, defendant Karen Evans and others allegedly entered Folk Nation territory near 3405 Foster Avenue in the 67th Precinct. Evans then allegedly shot a rival folk gang member multiple times in the stomach. The victim survived but sustained a lacerated liver. On February 8, 2022, at approximately 3:10 p.m., defendant Olmo Goriola Olmotosho and another individual allegedly followed a rival gang member to 2926 West 25th Street, a known G-Way stronghold in Coney Island. They then opened fire on the rival, shooting into the street and into the lobby, which was occupied by residents of all ages. While no one was injured, several people had to take cover to avoid the gunfire. This building, located in the heart of Brims territory, has been the site of 3 separate shootings charged in the indictment. On May 29, 2022, at approximately 7:45 p.m., defendant Favorite, along with an associate and 2 unidentified individuals, allegedly opened fire toward a group of people gathered near a vehicle at the intersection of West 25th Street and Mermaid Avenue. One of the intended targets returned fire before fleeing into 2926 West 25th Street, a known G-Way stronghold. While no injuries were reported, several pedestrians, including a family with a young child, were forced to take cover, narrowly avoiding being caught in the crossfire. On October 9, 2022, at approximately 7:17 p.m., in front of 2957 Avenue W at the Sheepshed Bay houses, defendant Ware and an accomplice, who has already pleaded guilty, allegedly fired multiple rounds at a perceived rival, striking him in the arm. On October 31, 2022, at approximately 5:10 p.m., in front of 2932 Avenue V at the Nostrand houses, defendants Ware and Ron Thomas allegedly shot and deleted Jamal Nicholson, a folk gang member and prominent drill rapper. During the attack, they also shot and wounded his girlfriend, who suffered gunshot wounds to the thigh and lower abdomen and remained in critical condition for weeks. On June 23, 2023, at approximately 4 o'clock, defendant Olmo Goriola Olmotosho arrived at a sneaker store at 9413 Fifth Avenue in Bay Ridge for a new sneaker release. While inside, he and other Brims members spotted a rival folk gang member. At 4:10 p.m., after the rival exited the store and got into a parked car, Olmotosho opened fire into the vehicle. The intended target was not hit, but 2 innocent bystanders were wounded, one inside the car and another waiting in line outside the store.
43rd Precinct Station House in Soundview this morning. Andrea.
And good morning to you, Chris and Mary. Sources say hundreds of gang members are being arrested this morning here across the Bronx. It's happening now as we speak. We're in front of the 43rd Precinct Station House in the Soundview section where you could see dozens of police officers outside. We've been watching them take in these accused gang members all morning. Let's show you some video, though, because we were actually there when they arrested one of them. They've been doing these sweeps all morning, we're told, beginning at around 2:30. Sources say about 1,000 law enforcement officers are part of this massive sweep, what's being called one of the largest in city history. We do not have...
They're all members or associates of the big money bosses and 2 fly gangs. Over the last 9 years, there's been vicious competition between them, which has led to a number of victims, including 92-year-old Sadie Mitchell, who was hit by a stray bullet at her home. Police! The gangs, whose average member is aged 24, operated from playgrounds and abandoned houses in New York's poorest borough, the Bronx.
In April 2016, federal authorities announced what they called the largest gang takedown in New York City history, when more than 120 alleged members and associates of 2 rival Bronx street gangs, the 2 Fly YGs and the Big Money Bosses, were indicted on sweeping federal charges. The cases, brought in 2 separate indictments in federal court, painted both gangs as full-scale criminal enterprises that had wreaked havoc across the northern Bronx for years. Prosecutors alleged that the crews controlled parts of public housing developments and nearby blocks, using fear, retaliation, and open violence to maintain their grip on territory and drug profits. According to federal prosecutors, members of 2 Fly and BMB were involved in a wide range of serious crimes. Investigators tied the gangs to open-air drug markets selling drugs, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, over several years. The indictments linked gang members to at least 8 deletions and numerous non-fatal shootings, stabbings, and assaults, including incidents where both rivals and innocent bystanders were struck. Among the most tragic examples were the demise of a 15-year-old and the shooting of a 92-year-old woman in her apartment by a stray bullet, both attributed to gang violence associated with this feud. The rivalry between Choo and BMB, rooted in beefs over territory, drug spots, and perceived disrespect, helped drive a pattern of back-and-forth shootings that made parts of the northern Bronx one of the city's most volatile areas.
Now off the streets as investigators tie their ballistics to at least 6 different shootings, calling the gang members, who they say pulled the triggers, ruthless.
These defendants allegedly engaged in gun violence, committing 6 shootings, one of which injured a rival gang member. They allegedly fired wildly on the streets without regard for the lives of anyone else or for their own lives.
DA Darcel Clark referring to an 18-month investigation with the NYPD, arresting 21 men and 1 teen, members of the RPT organization from River Park Towers, a group of Bloods going after rival gang, the Crips, from the High Bridge section.
This gang would shoot at their ops in the vicinity of schools, MTA buses, even in close proximity to Times Square. No regard for anyone in the area.
This tan and black gun tracked on social media and YouTube, where investigators say gang members posing as aspiring rappers bragged about violence, targeting their rivals, and animal cruelty, all for views.
22 alleged members and associates of the River Park Towers, gang better known as RPT, were indicted on a sweeping set of charges connected to a series of shootings, assaults, and violent incidents that authorities say brought chaos to the High Bridge section of the Bronx. According to Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark and NYPD Commissioner Choo, the defendants, which include 21 adult men and 1 teenage boy, operated out of the River Park Towers complex overlooking the Harlem River and allegedly turned the area into a hotspot for gunplay, territorial disputes, and social media-fueled gang rivalries between 2020 and 2022. Prosecutors announced that the 65-count indictment includes conspiracy. 1. According to investigators, RPT members were involved in multiple violent confrontations meant to assert dominance over High Bridge and neighboring blocks. A separate indictment charged 7 defendants with attempted deletion and weapons possession for a brazen August 17, 2020 shooting in which they allegedly fired 11 rounds into a building vestibule, narrowly missing their intended target. The attack, prosecutors say, was part of an ongoing feud with rival crews, including Crip-affiliated groups and smaller neighborhood sets that clashed with RPT over respect, reputation, and control of the area around the towers. Video surveillance, ballistics evidence, and intercepted messages helped tie individual gang members to several of these shootings, including incidents where bullets went through building lobbies, stairwells, and courtyards while residents, many of them children, were present. In yet another indictment, prosecutors charged several RPT members with a violent April 25, 2021 jailhouse attack inside Rikers Island. According to DA Clark, RPT members and their allies ambushed a known Crips member during a housing area shift change, collectively punching, stomping, and striking the victim in an assault that investigators say was coordinated beforehand. The attack was cited as evidence of the gang's reach beyond the streets and into the city's jail system, where long-standing alliances and rivalries often continue despite the tensions. One of the most disturbing allegations in the case involved an animal cruelty charge that prosecutors say revealed the gang's culture of social media-driven intimidation. According to the DA's office, several RPT members live-streamed a pigeon that had flown into the area and mocked the bird as if it were a Crip entering their territory. During the livestream, one of the suspects jokingly promised viewers that if the stream reached 100 views, they would delete the bird. When it hit that threshold, the defendants allegedly beat the pigeon to death with a cane on Facebook Live. Prosecutors said the act illustrated the gang's willingness to use social media as a tool for intimidation, while glorifying cruelty and violence for online engagement.
Relief tonight, more than a dozen suspected gang members accused of terrorizing a neighborhood now off the streets, all thanks to what they posted on Facebook. But bad guys in the Bronx did it all. They allegedly used the streets of the South Bronx to do their dirty work and did their business online.
They go by names like Easy, Wild Hound, and Baby, but their alleged crimes, anything but child's play. Prosecutors in the Bronx tonight announced the indictments of more than a dozen alleged gang members. They say have been terrorizing part of the South Bronx for more than 2 years, who prosecutors say took to social media not just to brag about shooting people, but also to sell weapons, turning Facebook into a public bazaar for illegal guns. They range in age from 17 to 20 years old, meaning some were as young as 15 when the investigation began.
Authorities in the Bronx announced the takedown of a violent crew accused of terrorizing the Norwood section of the borough for more than 2 years, an operation made possible not just through surveillance, undercover work, and informants, but through the gang's own reckless decision to broadcast their crimes on Facebook. More than a dozen suspected gang members, some barely old enough to vote, were indicted after prosecutors pieced together a trail of online confessions, gun advertisements, and violent threats that the crew openly shared across social media. According to investigators, the group, which included teenagers as young as 17 and some believed to be involved since they were only 15, operated as a loose but violent alliance of young bloods affiliated members who adopted aliases like Easy, Wild Hound, Baby, and other street monikers. Despite their youthful appearance, law enforcement described their alleged crimes as organized, aggressive, and deadly, involving a pattern of shootings, robberies, assaults, and street-level drug sales centered around East 198th Street, the Grand Concourse, and nearby blocks long plagued by gang rivalries. What shocked prosecutors wasn't just the violence, it was the gang's willingness to document it publicly. Investigators say the defendants routinely took to Facebook to brag about shootings, post photos of themselves holding firearms, and even sell illegal weapons through private and public posts. Detectives described the page as a virtual gun market, where the young gang members treated pistols, revolvers, and even modified handguns like merchandise. Screenshots captured the defendants flashing gang signs, taunting rivals, and discussing upcoming retaliations. In some instances, gang members allegedly filmed themselves minutes before or after shootings, providing investigators with time-stamped evidence linking them to specific incidents.
Nearly 24 alleged gang members in the Bronx are indicted on attempted murder and several other charges. Prosecutors say the defendants operated out of the Castle Hill and Co-op City sections of the borough. The gang members are affiliated with the Bloods and range in age from 18 to 39 years of age. Investigators say they used wiretaps on the men to gather evidence of them selling illegal guns and drugs. Bronx DA Robert Johnson released a statement saying, quote, "With these arrests and indictments, we have been able to prevent further violence from occurring. This is part of our ongoing drive to combat gun violence and drugs, to make the streets of the Bronx even safer for our deserving, hardworking citizens."
Authorities in the Bronx announced a sweeping takedown of 2 violent Bloods-affiliated street organizations whose members spent years terrorizing Castle Hill, Co-op City, and surrounding neighborhoods through a steady mix of shootings, deletion plots, drug trafficking, and weapons dealing. A total of 23 suspected members and leaders of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation and the Black Stone Guerrilla Gangsters were indicted on a staggering 217 criminal counts, an operation prosecutors described as one of the most significant gang crackdowns in the borough in recent years. Law enforcement officials said the groups were responsible for flooding Bronx communities with various drugs and firearms, while simultaneously orchestrating violent attacks and retaliations both inside New York City and in connected operations stretching down to Maryland. Prosecutors emphasized that these were not disorganized street crews, but well-structured, highly coordinated criminal enterprises operating under Blood's umbrella leadership and using the culture of intimidation, street violence, and narcotics revenue to maintain their power. Investigators say the gangs were led by Rason Lowrider Samuels, the alleged boss of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation, and Corey Angry Hickson, identified as the leader of the Black Stone Guerrilla Gangsters. Under their direction, members allegedly carried out shootings, plotted deletions, moved narcotics throughout the Bronx, and regularly traveled to Maryland to maintain connections with suppliers, expand their drug market, and coordinate distribution networks that cross state lines. The gang's membership included men who used flamboyant or menacing nicknames Brandon, Untouchable. Nieves, Michael Butt Naked Hamilton, and others nicknames that prosecutors say reflected both internal rank and their attempts to portray themselves as untouchable within the streets they control. But investigators revealed that these personas ultimately became part of the evidence used against them.
Police sanctuary! Police sanctuary! Police sanctuary! Police sanctuary! Police sanctuary!
Police were looking for a 24-year-old man in that ground floor apartment. They took 30 minutes to bring him out, so we weren't sure if they found him, but they did. The suspect's name is Richard Ramirez, and he is said to be the alleged leader of the Los Sures division of the Trinitarios gang. Now, you know from all our reporting over the last year that the Los Sures were attached to the Junior outside that bodega in the Belmont section of the Bronx. In this case, the guys that are being rounded up, they're being charged with other attacks, mostly stabbings, maybe one shooting. 2 of the attacks involved machetes. That's what we're being told. So Richard Ramirez is the suspect. And we just have new video that came in the last 30 minutes from cameraman Bill Muller. He was here at the precinct, and some of those suspects that were rounded up in other locations are being brought in for processing here to the 41st precinct in the Bronx. They will be charged in this case. One of the guys, I'm told, has already been arrested in a federal case involving a 14-year-old who was stabbed on the Bronx River Parkway last year. That's a separate case. He's also being charged in this case. And also 2 guys connected to Junior's are also being charged in this indictment.
Police had previously released video of a 14-year-old teenager who was chased down along the Bronx River Parkway. He was brutally attacked and stabbed, but did survive. At the time, they said the incident was linked to the same gang.
Wednesday morning, teams of NYPD officers descended on multiple locations across the Bronx and Upper Manhattan, executing a series of coordinated raids targeting the Los Sures set of the Trinitarios gang. The operation, months in the making, was part of a sweeping investigation into a violent pattern of stabbings, slashings, and machete attacks that authorities say the crew carried out between 2017 and 2023. By the end of the morning, 10 men were in custody, charged with crimes ranging from conspiracy to attempted. Police said 5 additional suspects remain at large and are still being actively sought. According to police sources, many of the suspects were tied to the Bronx-based Los Sures clique, one of the most feared subsets within the Trinitarios, a Dominican gang known for its rigid hierarchy, violent retaliation rules, and signature use of machetes. The raid's top arrest was the alleged current leader of Los Sures, taken into custody inside a 3-family home in the Soundview section of the Bronx. Detectives identified him as the man who stepped into power following the downfall of former Los Sures boss Diego Suero, who is currently awaiting trial for his alleged role in orchestrating the demise of 15-year-old Lisandro Jr. Guzman Fellas. The demise of Guzman Fellas in June 2018 remains one of the most notorious gang deletions in modern New York history. Jr. was dragged from a Bronx bodega and stabbed with knives and machetes by Trinitarios members who had mistakenly believed he was a rival. 5 men have already been convicted of first-degree deletion in the case, and several more have been sentenced to lengthy prison terms. Although Wednesday's arrests are not directly tied to Jr.'s death, police officials acknowledged that the brutality of the slaying forced investigators to widen their surveillance and intelligence operations surrounding Trinitarios factions, ultimately leading to the crackdown on Los Sures. Authorities say the 10 suspects arrested in this latest sweep are connected to a series of violent attacks that stretch back to 2017. These assaults occurred primarily in Upper Manhattan in areas like Inwood and Washington Heights, as well as in pockets of the Bronx where Los Sures members were expanding their influence. According to the indictments, the men engaged in what police described as very vicious acts of violence with knives and machetes, often ambushing victims on sidewalks, outside restaurants, or near transit stops. Some of the assaults were allegedly pre-planned retaliation. Others appeared to be random, intended only to instill fear and reinforce the crew's dominance. One of the most significant names charged in this case is Elvin Garcia, already convicted in connection to Jr.'s demise, who now faces new charges related to conspiracy and gang assault. Another suspect picked up during the raids is accused of the near-fatal stabbing of a 14-year-old boy on the Bronx River Parkway in June 2018, just 2 days before Guzman Fellas met his demise. That attack left the teen with deep wounds, but unlike Junior, he managed to survive. The investigation revealed a complex internal structure within Lost Shores, with leaders issuing orders and younger members carrying out attacks meant to maintain loyalty, intimidate rivals, or punish perceived betrayal. Detectives said the crew communicated through encrypted apps, coded messages, and in-person meetings known as mandamientos, where plans for assaults or retaliation were discussed. Surveillance, undercover operations, and interviews with former members helped strengthen the case. In the aftermath of Junior's tragic demise, the NYPD vowed to aggressively target the gang sets responsible for the resurgence of machete-driven violence in the Bronx and Manhattan. This operation, authorities said, is a direct extension of that commitment and a warning to remaining Trinitarios factions that more takedowns are coming.
The NYPD calls them one of the most dangerous gangs in the country, and they were operating right here in the Bronx.
TDA is a dangerous transnational gang that is specialized in murder, trafficking, and mayhem.
A gun trafficking ring operating out of this Morris Heights apartment was shut down on Tuesday afternoon. Our cameras were rolling as 3 alleged members of the Tren de Aragua gang were arrested.
During yesterday's case takedown, one of these perpetrators fractured the arm of one of the detectives so severely.
Today, the Queens District Attorney's Office announced a sweeping indictment against 10 alleged TDA members. The DA says they made money by selling guns and drugs on the street, with transactions taking place across state lines and throughout the Bronx and Queens in broad daylight.
In one instance, the defendant transported an AR-15 wrapped in a black garbage bag for sale in Bronx County.
A major New York investigation revealed the growing presence of the Venezuelan-based Tren de Aragua gang operating inside the United States, after authorities announced a sweeping indictment against 10 members and associates accused of running a massive multi-state gun trafficking and drug distribution operation. The case exposed a criminal pipeline that allegedly stretched from New York to Texas, Florida, Virginia, and beyond, moving firearms, narcotics, and cash with the structure and discipline of an international cartel. According to prosecutors, many of the defendants were Venezuelan migrants who had entered the U.S. illegally and then embedded themselves in New York City shelters and communities before connecting with the TDA's criminal network. The indictment outlines a high-risk criminal enterprise involved in distributing illegal firearms, including AR-15-style rifles, Glock pistols fitted with automatic switches, and high-capacity magazines, as well as trafficking dangerous designer drugs like pink coke, a mixture of ketamine and X that has been rising in South American markets. Law enforcement officials said the group operated like a small army, transporting weapons across state lines and coordinating drug sales using encrypted messaging apps, burner phones, and migrant shelter networks to hide their movement. One of the most violent incidents tied to the investigation occurred during an arrest operation in New York City, when police say a TDA suspect violently resisted and broke an NYPD officer's arm in the struggle. Authorities used the incident as proof of the gang's extreme aggression and willingness to attack law enforcement officers, even when outnumbered. Officers involved in the operation described the takedown as one of the most dangerous raids they had performed in recent years due to the number of firearms and the gang's reputation for unpredictable violence. During the coordinated raids, investigators recovered 34 illegal guns, including assault rifles, fully automatic handguns, ghost gun components, extended magazines, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. They also seized quantities of narcotics, cutting agents, ledgers, and communication devices used to coordinate interstate trafficking. Law enforcement officials said the defendants plan to expand their gun pipeline south into states with weaker regulations and even internationally, including into Colombia, mirroring the gang's structure abroad. The 10 individuals indicted faced a range of charges including weapons trafficking, narcotics distribution, conspiracy, money laundering, and assault on a police officer. Prosecutors emphasized that this case demonstrates the gang's rapid spread into U.S. cities. noting that Tren de Aragua, originally formed inside Venezuela's prison system, is considered one of the most violent and fast-growing transnational gangs in the Western Hemisphere. Several of the defendants were already involved in criminal investigations in other states, suggesting that the network had been expanding for months before arrests were made.
Some of the most violent gang members they've ever seen.
All right, our Lisa Everett joins us now with her exclusive look with the NYPD. Lisa.
Well, Steve and Natasha, we had that firsthand look at how the NYPD is bringing alleged gang members who terrorize their own community to justice. And now the Bronx DA says they've been charged in a 176-count felony indictment.
Nay Benz, police say you're a trigger puller. Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that true? What? Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that?
Targets are 20 members of the Slattery gang based out of Slattery Playground in the Fordham section of the Bronx. That's aspiring drill rapper Nay Benz, who police say is one of the gang leaders. The average age of the case subjects is 20. Teen girls are trigger pullers too.
District Attorney Clark announced an indictment involving 17 males and 3 females associated with the Slattery, also known as Slattery Gang, which operates near Slattery Playground on East 183rd Street. The 176-count indictment includes charges of second-degree conspiracy, attempted deletion in the second degree, first-degree robbery, first-degree assault, second-degree criminal possession of a weapon, attempted gang assault in the first degree, second-degree robbery, and other related offenses. The charges stem from an 18-month investigation conducted by the Bronx District Attorney's Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau and the NYPD Gun Violence Suppression Division. The investigation alleges that members of the gang conspired to possess firearms and commit violent acts against rival gang members between June 15, 2020 and June 27, 2024. This period included 14 shooting incidents, a violent altercation involving a sharp object inside Bronx Supreme Court, a carjacking at gunpoint, a stabbing, and multiple instances of illegal gun possession. The investigation revealed that members of Slattery use social media platforms, particularly Instagram and Facebook, to threaten rival gangs and promote their activities. They also posted drill rap videos on YouTube, where they boasted about various shooting incidents and mocked deleted rivals. 15 handguns and pistols were recovered during the investigation. One of the incidents occurred on June 18, 2020, when defendants Nazim King and Darren Williams allegedly ran toward a group of people playing cards at Morris Avenue and East 184th Street. King reportedly fired at least 6 shots, injuring 3 individuals who were not involved in gang activity. Shortly after the incident, Williams was shot by members of a rival gang, and King allegedly fired multiple shots in retaliation. Another incident took place on July 11, 2020, when King and Phoenix Charlie reportedly went to East 194th Street and Briggs Avenue. Charlie allegedly fired 4 shots intended for a rival, but instead struck a bystander. On January 27, 2023, Charlie and others encountered members of a rival gang in the Bronx Hall of Justice, outside the youth part on the 5th floor. They allegedly assaulted the rival group, and Charlie is accused of using sharp objects to inflict a large laceration on one individual, resulting in a wound from the lower chest to the abdomen that required 35 stitches. Later that day, Charlie reportedly posted on social media about the incident, claiming the courthouse as his territory. A week earlier, Charlie had shared a video on Instagram demonstrating how to smuggle scalpels into the courthouse.
Police announcing their arrival, executing an arrest warrant, and a mother unleashing her fury, barring police from entering her Bronx apartment to arrest her son, a suspected gang member. She put up a fight. After minutes of tense moments in a small vestibule, police were able to get control and get her 20-year-old son in handcuffs. They say he's a member of the 1300 crew.
You're probably the most violent guys that are still out on the street.
Police say the 1300 crew is responsible for wreaking havoc throughout the North Bronx, on the streets, in subways, and in NYCHA. Surveillance video shows a drive-by shooting, and it's not just gun violence. The crew allegedly went on a 6-day robbery spree 2 years ago. They brutally attacked an off-duty officer while he was on a morning jog.
I have so much pain, in my back, my shoulder, my head. my head.
Pix 11 News spoke exclusively with Officer Mohammed Chaudhry after he was released from the hospital.
According to the prosecution, alleged members and associates of the 1300 gang, reportedly named after 213th Street, have been charged in connection with 6 shooting incidents that occurred in or near the Gun Hill section of the Bronx between April and September 2022. Defendants Kyshawn Johnson, Dreshawn Lucas, and Omari Connor were arraigned before Bronx Supreme Court Justice Seth Steed in late July and early August 2024. All 3 were remanded into custody, with Johnson and Lucas scheduled to appear in court again on October 4, 2024, and Connor due back on August 15, 2024. The nearly 2-year investigation, led by the Bronx District Attorney's Office, Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau, and the NYPD Criminal Enterprise Investigation Section, began following the violent robbery of off-duty NYPD officer Mohammed Chaudhry, who was jogging in Castle Hill. During the robbery, Chaudhry was knocked to the ground, punched, and kicked, resulting in severe injuries that left him hospitalized for over 2 weeks and caused life-altering harm. 3 defendants in the 1300 indictment, Jordan Sewell, Ashawn Logan, and Matthew Pinnock, have pleaded guilty to first-degree assault and additional charges related to the Chaudhry incident. 2 have been sentenced to 7 years in prison, while the third awaits sentencing. On April 12, 2022, one of the defendants reportedly boarded an MTA bus and pursued a group of people after disembarking. He allegedly fired multiple shots on East 225th Street, one of which struck a 15-year-old girl in the leg as she exited the bus. On April 26, 2022, another defendant allegedly opened fire in front of 3491 Baychester Avenue, a heavily crowded area, while chasing an individual. On August 17, 2022, 13 defendants allegedly gathered at Matthew Pinnock's residence before executing 2 drive-by shootings targeting rival gang members. 4 of them reportedly left the home around midnight carrying at least 3 firearms and fired multiple shots at a residence on Fish Avenue. They then proceeded to another location on Crotona Avenue and fired at an individual. On August 23, 2022, 5 defendants, suspecting a rival gang member was near one of their homes, allegedly went to Grote Street and Prospect Avenue and opened fire. During the incident, a 73-year-old woman was struck by a bullet in her left leg while sitting outside a building, resulting in life-altering injuries. On August 27, 2022, 1 defendant attended a candlelight vigil at the Parkside houses for a deletion victim. Upon spotting a rival gang member, he allegedly fired a shot at the individual and then discarded his firearm. He was apprehended after a foot pursuit. According to the indictment, on September 9, 2022, Garcia, 19, allegedly engaged in an altercation with a rival gang member after school. He then reportedly communicated with Johnson, 23, and instructed him to retrieve a firearm from an apartment on Fish Avenue. Garcia allegedly took the firearm from Johnson, proceeded to the Pelham Parkway houses, and fired at least 13 shots into a crowd, injuring 4 innocent bystanders.
Single day, just to live a life exclusively to benefit their gang.
They did so violently, investigators say. Over the course of 3.5 years, they carried out at least 32 drill rap videos made against any perceived threat to the gang.
They call people out directly. They make fun of incidents, individuals that have perished prior to gunfire, opposing gang members.
One of those locations is here on East Fordham Road. You see it's a busy shopping area. 2 of the suspects, both under 18 years old, allegedly shot at someone here in the middle of the day. That was in 2020.
In the aftermath of the NYPD's Operation Drilly investigation.
These are the trigger pullers, the very few individuals that make it uncomfortable and downright dangerous for all the great people. And this gang conducted wolf pack-like searches throughout the investigation. What are they looking for? They're hunting opposing gang members.
According to the investigation, the defendants, alleged members of the G-Side Drilly gang, a subset of Blood, Sex, Money, Murder, are accused of engaging in a series of violent acts between September 20, 2018 and March 15, 2022. These incidents reportedly took place primarily in the areas of East Gun Hill Road, Hall Avenue, and Decatur Avenue. During this period, the defendants are alleged to have carried out multiple incidents of violence, including fatal and non-fatal shootings and stabbings, resulting in the deletion of 2 individuals and injuries to 6 others. Defendants, who are also prominent in the drill rap scene, are accused of boasting about these violent acts in music videos posted on YouTube. The investigation led to the seizure of 18 firearms. Additionally, 3 defendants have been charged with committing violent acts while held at Rikers Island. One notable incident occurred on January 9, 2019, when, at approximately 1 o'clock, 4 defendants, including one teenager, along with other individuals, allegedly surrounded an 18-year-old CUNY prep student as he was leaving school and attempted to rob him. The defendants reportedly attacked the victim with multiple weapons, including a knife, resulting in serious injuries that required emergency medical intervention and life-saving blood transfusions. The incident was captured on video surveillance. On July 20, 2020, in front of 3343 Decatur Avenue, 6 defendants, 2 of whom were teenagers at the time, allegedly pursued James Rivera, 24. 4 defendants reportedly fired multiple shots at Rivera, and 1 defendant allegedly attempted to stab him after he fell to the ground. Rivera ultimately succumbed to a gunshot wound to the back. On September 29, 2020, at approximately 2 o'clock, 2 juvenile defendants allegedly fired shots at their intended target in a busy commercial area near a subway station on East Fordham Road, putting the lives of numerous bystanders, including children, at risk. Fortunately, no injuries were reported. On April 25, 2021, inside the Robert Ann Devorance Center on Rikers Island, 3 defendants are accused of assaulting a rival group member. Another incident occurred on March 17, 2021, when 4 defendants reportedly entered an apartment on Hull Avenue and allegedly shot Delilah Vasquez, 20, at close range. Surveillance footage shows the defendants entering and leaving the building. On June 28, 2021, at approximately 10 o'clock, 2 defendants allegedly fired multiple shots at their target in front of 3573 DeKalb Avenue. The shooting resulted in injuries to 3 uninvolved bystanders, a 66-year-old woman, a 39-year-old man, and a 31-year-old man. On the evening of October 22, 2021, 2 defendants reportedly waited outside a barber shop on East Gun Hill Road for about 15 minutes before entering and allegedly firing multiple shots at their intended target. The individual, who was getting a haircut at the time, attempted to take cover but was struck in the stomach and leg. He was transported to the hospital and survived the injuries. Surveillance footage shows patrons in the barbershop running for cover during the
city's
incident.
most violent gangs are behind bars this afternoon. They're part of the Trinitarios gang that calls itself OED, which stands for Own Every Dollar. They operated mainly in Washington Heights, also in the Bronx, though, and Queens. They're charged with narcotics conspiracy. The defendants are accused of selling several drugs, including fentanyl.
High-end heists, a shootout with police, and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of watches and jewelry. It's all in a night's work for alleged members of the OED, or Own Every Dollar crew, which may be an affiliate of the notorious Trinitarios gangs. Now time may be running out for them. A high-end armed robbery ring believed to be responsible for a dozen or more heists throughout the city were at it again outside the trendy Pergola restaurant in the Nomad District about 1:15 Monday morning. Police say officers tried to pull over 2 suspects in a BMW they believed was connected to previous crimes, but the driver sped up and jumped a curb.
Federal prosecutors in New York have unsealed a superseding indictment charging more than a dozen members of the criminal street gang Own Every Dollar, OD, with racketeering, robbery, illegal firearms possession, narcotics trafficking, and both attempted and completed deletions. OED, a subset of the Trinitarios gang, operated mainly in and around Washington Heights, as well as in the Bronx and Queens. The group is known for its use of extreme violence to further its criminal activities. The 16 defendants are accused of distributing various narcotics. The indictment alleges that they sold drugs to undercover police officers and were frequently apprehended with narcotics pre-packaged for sale. Many of the defendants allegedly posted photos and videos of themselves holding firearms on social media. The indictment links the group to at least 5 fatal incidents, including the deletion of 41-year-old Anthony Savarese on February 7, 2022, the deletions of 30-year-old Richard Dominguez and Israel Cabrera on July 2, 2020, the deletion of 22-year-old Nicholas Vargas Jr. on August 31, 2018, and the deletion of Hector Cruz on April 14, 2019. The document details numerous acts of violence committed by the defendants. On August 31, 2018, Jawinky Nunez Jr. allegedly shot Nicholas Vargas near 232nd Street in the Bronx. On April 14, 2019, Nunez Jr. and Jaron Pina allegedly targeted Hector Cruz near West 135th Street in Manhattan. On January 24, 2020, Nunes Jr., Brian Hernandez, Wilson Mendez, Stephen Joaquin, and Argenis Tavares allegedly fired at a rival group member near West 136th Street in Manhattan. In February 2020, Nunes Jr., Pina, Hernandez, and Tavares allegedly fired at rival gang members near West 138th Street in Manhattan. On March 30, 2020, Nunes Jr. and Joaquin allegedly fired at a rival narcotics dealer near West 180th Street in Manhattan. On April 18, 2020, Nunes Sir allegedly fired at an individual near Audubon Avenue in Manhattan. Other incidents include a shooting on May 13, 2020, when Justin Diza and Mendez allegedly fired at rival narcotics dealers near West 184th Street in Manhattan. On May 15, 2020, Hernandez allegedly fired at a rival narcotics dealer near West 188th Street in Manhattan. On June 26, 2020, Nunes Jr., Joaquin, and Ari Rodriguez Rosario allegedly fired at rival narcotics dealers during a high-speed pursuit in Washington Heights. On July 2, 2020, Nunes Jr., Hernandez, and Rodriguez Rosario allegedly deleted Richard Dominguez and Israel Cabrera near Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. On July 5, 2020, Nunes Jr. and Rodriguez Rosario allegedly fired at rival gang members near West 136th Street in Manhattan. On July 18, 2020, Nunes Jr. allegedly fired at an individual near West 183rd Street in Manhattan. On October 22, 2020, Nunes Jr. and Diza allegedly fired at individuals near Valentine Avenue in the Bronx. On December 13, 2020, Mendez allegedly committed an armed robbery near West 188th Street in Manhattan. The indictment further describes incidents involving internal conflicts and violent confrontations between the gang members themselves. For example, on August 12, 2021, Hugo Rodriguez and Nunes Sir allegedly engaged in a shootout with each other near West 183rd Street in Manhattan. In August 2021, Diza allegedly committed an armed robbery near West 28th Street in Manhattan. In September 2021, Diza allegedly attempted another armed robbery near the FDR Drive in Manhattan and, along with Mendez, committed an armed robbery in Queens. On January 22, 2022, Nunes Jr., Pina, Trejo, and Joaquin allegedly committed an armed robbery and fired shots at several individuals near West 145th Street in Manhattan. On February 7, 2022, Mayovan X Rodriguez allegedly deleted Anthony Savarese near Andrews Avenue in the Bronx. On February 14, 2022, Hugo Rodriguez and Trejo allegedly committed an armed robbery near West 203rd Street in Manhattan. Finally, on March 4, 2022, Nunes Jr. and Trejo allegedly fired at a rival gang member near Dyckman Street in Manhattan.
At number 5, we have the Fivesley Gang. Abdullah, how will you plead to the charges? Alleged Fivesley gang leader Abdullah Zika and other alleged accomplices were taken out of the 50th precinct in the Bronx to face a judge on multiple felony charges ranging from armed robberies to attempted murder. In a significant development, the Bronx District Attorney, in collaboration with the police commissioner, has unveiled charges against 12 individuals believed to be members of the Fivesley crew. These charges encompass a range of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, conspiracy, and more, casting a shadow over the Bronx's safety. The Fivesley crew, an offshoot of the Bloodhound Brims gang, has been linked to a series of violent incidents across the Bronx. Disturbingly, many of these acts of violence took place in broad daylight, heightening the sense of fear among residents. Among the most harrowing incidents is the tragic death of Ariel Santos, a 32-year-old innocent bystander who was caught in a crossfire near 178th Street and Arthur Avenue. This incident underscores the indiscriminate nature of the gang's violent activities. The accused, all aged between 16 and 22, are believed to be responsible for 23 violent crimes. This tally includes 10 non-fatal shootings and 11 robberies, in addition to the aforementioned murder of Santos. The nature of these crimes paints a grim picture, with the gang targeting vulnerable individuals, including the elderly, cab drivers, and even an on-duty NYS parole officer. In several instances, victims were robbed at gunpoint or knife point, with some facing severe physical assault. Two particular incidents highlight the audacity of the gang's operations. One involved a shooting near Ho Avenue in East 174th Street, where a mother and her 2 children were dangerously close to the 3 shots fired. Another saw a brazen shootout at 1825 Prospect Avenue, with a staggering 18 shots ringing out.
At number 3, we have the Seb Side and Third Side gang indictment.
DOA City, 4646 Park Avenue, boys, bro. Gra. Now take this picture of jail. Jail Curry. Picture of jail Curry.
Y'all forgot I got all of the hits. Pop, Eli, James, Snitch. And we still smoke around the zip. Can't forget the little nasty. I remember I ran in the 6. Woke up blaming, fuck out the whip.
Wow, what the hit is
United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, in conjunction with NYPD Commissioner, has unveiled the unsealing of an indictment targeting members of 2 notorious Bronx gangs, Seb Side and Third Side. The spotlight of the indictment shines on several individuals, including Kevin Perez, known by his alias K-Flock, Devin Mason, Arvin Beeman, Nicholas Johnson, Sean Smith, and Jossie Castro, all affiliated with the Seb Side gang. From the Third Side gang, Ishaya Rosen and Michael Gant have been implicated in a superseding indictment. The charges encompass a range of criminal activities, notably racketeering, conspiracy, and other violent offenses. A standout charge is against Perez aka K-Flock, who is accused of orchestrating the gang-related assassination of Waskar Hernandez on December 16, 2021, in Hamilton Heights, Upper Manhattan. The indictment further details charges related to attempted murder and assault with a dangerous weapon, which are tied to a series of 7 shootings that occurred in the Bronx between June 2020 and February 2022. Both gangs, operating predominantly within the 48th precinct in the Bronx, have a track record of violent confrontations with rival street factions. Their audacity is further exemplified by their brazen promotion of their illicit activities on social media platforms and through music that alludes to real-life violent incidents. Their sphere of influence and disputes weren't confined to the Bronx. They extended their reign of terror to Manhattan, resulting in multiple violent confrontations. The gravity of the charges is evident in the potential penalties. Kevin Perez aka K-Flock, for instance, is staring down the barrel of charges that include racketeering conspiracy, murder in aid of racketeering, and use of a firearm resulting in death. If convicted, he could face mandatory life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Devin Mason and Arvin Beeman are also grappling with severe charges, with potential penalties ranging from mandatory minimum sentences of 10 to 20 years to life imprisonment.
Prosecutors say a Bronx gang member helped build the case against himself when he shot a rival in the head, then bragged about it on Facebook. According to the Bronx District Attorney's Office, DeAndre Harris, a member of the Sevo gang, took part in a shooting, then shared a screenshot of a news article about the incident and wrote, "We going to jail. I hit something in the head." That one line, officials say, became a key piece of evidence in a sweeping investigation that ultimately led to a 71-count indictment against 12 alleged members and associates of Sevo, a Bloods-affiliated street crew based near East 170th Street and Clay Avenue in the Bronx. The investigation found that Sevo members were involved in both street violence and financial crime. Prosecutors say Harris and fellow gang member Joel Baba opened fire on rival gang members at the intersection of Clay Avenue and Andrew Robinson Place. One man was grazed in the head, an injury prosecutors described as a near-fatal strike. Within days, Harris allegedly referenced the shooting in a private conversation online, sending around a screenshot of a news article and adding his incriminating message. When investigators executed social media search warrants later, that message was recovered and used to directly tie him to the Clay Avenue shooting. But the Sevo case was not just about gunfire. The indictment also accused the crew of running a lucrative fraud and ATM theft scheme. Prosecutors say Sevo members stole credit and debit cards, obtained PIN numbers, forged checks, and then drained more than $200,000 in cash from ATMs. They allegedly posed with stacks of money in photos and videos posted on social media, flashing gang signs and bragging about the cash they were making. Investigators tracked suspicious transactions, matched withdrawal patterns to certain locations, and combined that financial evidence with phone records and online activity to map out how the operation worked. Several members were also linked to robberies and intimidation on Bronx streets. In one case from July 2014, gang members Emmanuel Brunson and Lateef Evans were charged with threatening to delete a young boy near Fordham Road and Webster Avenue if he did not surrender his cell phone. Prosecutors say incidents like this were part of Sevo's pattern, using fear, threats, and violence to control their territory and project a reputation for danger in their neighborhood. The combination of violent assaults, armed confrontations, and fraudulent schemes painted a picture of a gang that blended traditional street crime with more modern financial tactics. New York authorities announced one of the largest gun trafficking crackdowns in recent state history after unsealing a sweeping 367-count indictment that targeted a Blood street gang pipeline moving firearms from Connecticut into New York City. According to prosecutors, 9 Bloods members and associates along with a 10th man charged separately in a deletion conspiracy played key roles in a gun-running network that used commuter rail lines, including the Metro-North train system, to smuggle dozens of firearms purchased in Port Chester and Stamford, Connecticut, into the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens for street resale. The indictment, built after a months-long undercover investigation led by the Attorney General's Organized Crime Task Force and the NYPD's Firearms Investigation Unit, revealed that the Bloods had expanded their gun trafficking operations well beyond city borders, establishing routes through Westchester County, parts of Maine, and other states along the East Coast. The investigation, dubbed Operation Redrum, was named after alleged ring leader William Redrum Solar, a Bloods member believed to have overseen the gun pipeline. Solar, along with co-leader Devin Burns Fairburn, a high-ranking Bloods godfather from Brooklyn, allegedly directed the trafficking scheme and coordinated the sale of firearms to buyers throughout New York City. Authorities said Fairburn and Solar served as top members of a Bloods faction known as Red Side, an East Coast branch tied to a long history of violence, narcotics sales, and territorial disputes. According to court documents, the operation functioned like a business. Gun suppliers in Connecticut would acquire firearms including pistols, revolvers, rifles, and assault-style weapons, some legally, others through straw purchases or private sellers. These guns were then transported by gang members and associates onto Metro-North trains, concealed in backpacks and duffel bags, before being delivered to Bronx apartments that served as distribution hubs. Investigators found that at least 11 of the seized weapons had their serial numbers removed, indicating deliberate attempts to make the firearms untraceable once used in crimes. One of the most critical components of the case came from an undercover NYPD detective who infiltrated the network and purchased 93 guns during 47 separate face-to-face transactions, many of them conducted inside 2 Bronx residences. The undercover officer played a central role in establishing trust within the crew, documenting how gang members negotiated prices, bragged about gun availability, and sent each other cell phone photographs of firearms ready for sale. Surveillance, wiretaps, text messages, and forensic analysis later confirmed that the defendants transported weapons across state lines, stored firearms inside gang-controlled apartments, and coordinated transactions with ruthless efficiency. While the majority of the charges centered on illegal gun trafficking, prosecutors also revealed that the investigation uncovered a violent deletion conspiracy linked to Solar's leadership role. Solar was charged with second-degree conspiracy for allegedly plotting to assassinate a rival gang member. A separate defendant, Eric Pills Ransom, was also indicted for his role in that deletion plot. Authorities said the planned deletion underscored the Bloods' reliance on violence to enforce dominance, eliminate threats, and maintain control over their gun pipeline. The indictment named additional defendants, each accused of participating in gun sales, acting as couriers, handling stolen firearms, or brokering deals between Connecticut suppliers and Bronx buyers. Officials emphasized that the crew's activities fed the illegal gun market that routinely fuels shootings, robberies, and retaliatory conflicts across the 5 boroughs. NYPD Commissioner William Bratton warned that every illegal gun sold in our communities is a potential death sentence, underscoring how weapons trafficked by the group were destined for violence on city streets. Authorities announced one of the largest gang crackdowns in recent Bronx history after unsealing a massive indictment charging 40 members and associates of the 9-4 crew, a violent Bloods-affiliated street gang responsible for nearly a decade of shootings, stabbings, robberies, and deletions across the Fordham section of the Bronx. According to Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark, the indictment tied the crew to 40 acts of violence dating back to 2012, including 4 deletions, 5 stabbings, multiple armed assaults, and a series of robberies that terrorized neighborhoods around East 194th Street, Webster Avenue, and Valentine Avenue. Prosecutors described the Fordham area as a bloody battleground, where the 9-4 crew waged violent disputes with rival sets, including local Crip factions and other blood-affiliated crews. Among those indicted was Latique "La Brim" Johnson, the suspected leader of the 9-4 crew and a reputed ranking member of the Bloodhound Brims, one of the largest blood sets on the East Coast. Prosecutors revealed that despite being incarcerated on a separate shooting case at Rikers Island, Johnson allegedly continued running the gang from behind bars, issuing orders for shootings, retaliations, robberies, and drug operations through coded phone calls, jailhouse communications, and intermediaries. He was accused of directing younger members to carry out violence in his name, including attacks designed to reinforce the crew's dominance in the Fordham area. One of the most disturbing revelations was that the crew allegedly used a 13-year-old boy as a street-level assistant, forcing him to hold guns, deliver drugs, or serve as a lookout to avoid older members being caught with contraband. The juvenile was among the defendants named in the case and was charged in family court, a detail highlighting both the gang's willingness to exploit children and the growing trend of gangs recruiting minors to minimize legal risk. Prosecutors said gang members frequently acknowledged each other using the slang greeting, "whoopty," and were known to brag about shootings, stabbings, and robberies on social media, often posting coded messages, photos with firearms, videos flashing gang signs, and even references to specific violent incidents. The 9-4 crew was primarily composed of Bloodhound Brims members, but maintained ties with several other blood sets, including Sex Money Murday, McBallas, Young Bosses, Red House Gunners, and Loyal Street Gangsters. This network allowed members to obtain guns, drugs, safe houses, and backup for violent retaliations. Prosecutors said their conflicts with Crip factions, especially around Valentine Avenue and certain blocks in Fordham, led to a cycle of retaliatory shootings that spiraled out of control between 2014 and 2015. The indictment connected the crew to 4 deletions, including the demise of Orlando Gonzalez, Angel Caesar, Leonard Hines, and Jose Feliciano, all occurring between June 2014 and October 2015. Each homicide featured hallmarks of gang retaliation: surprise ambushes, shots fired at close range, victims targeted for alleged alliances with rival sets, or disputes over turf and drug territory. In some cases, multiple 9-4 members acted as lookouts, drivers, or backup shooters, turning the incidents into coordinated executions rather than isolated acts of violence. Members were also charged with 5 stabbings, many involving machetes or long knives, tools commonly used by East Coast blood sets to intimidate or maim rivals. Additional charges included 2 non-fatal shootings, 5 felony assaults, 7 robberies, and incidents such as a U-Haul carjacking, where gang members allegedly forced a victim out of a moving truck at knife point and used the vehicle to transport stolen goods. 13 alleged members and associates of the Bloodhounds and Aggressive Bloods affiliated set operating around Bedford Park were indicted following a long-term investigation into shootings, robberies, and drug sales that authorities say terrorized the neighborhood for more than 2 years. According to the Bronx District Attorney's Office, the crew, made up of individuals between the ages of 17 and 35, was tied to a pattern of violence dating back to 2013. Detectives linked the Bloodhounds to numerous street shootings, group assaults, and coordinated drug activity, while gang members openly bragged about their crimes on Facebook, Instagram, and other social platforms. Prosecutors said the group's social media footprint became a major investigative advantage. Members routinely posted photos with guns, stacks of cash, and coded messages celebrating recent attacks, making it easier for law enforcement to track movements and map out the gang's hierarchy. One of the more violent incidents highlighted in the indictment involved several Bloodhounds ambushing a man inside a bodega on East 198th Street and the Grand Concourse. Surveillance video captured the suspects dragging the victim onto the sidewalk before kicking, stomping, and beating him as pedestrians fled the area. In another example, prosecutors pointed to a Facebook message in which Aaron "Onyx Hound" Smith casually asked fellow member Elliot Chastity Floyd to lend him a gun. Floyd herself had posted photos showing off firearms, including one she claimed she received as a birthday gift. Investigators said these online exchanges, along with photos of guns, coded threats, and celebratory posts after shootings, helped connect individual gang members to acts of violence across the neighborhood. Investigators in New York have dismantled yet another violent Mauritania-based network of gangs that turned parts of the Bronx into open-air war zones. According to the Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, more than 50 gang members tied to at least 34 shootings have been taken off the streets in recent years, with the latest case targeting 10 members of the 280 gang. Prosecutors say the crew's alleged 21-year-old leader, Diamond Bogatti Debo Brown, along with top lieutenants Jesus Perez and Gas Carter, drove a brutal turf war against rival Mauritania sets Dub City, WTG, and 6 Wild. Investigators said 280 financed its operation by selling drugs while openly using Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to arrange drug deals, advertise guns, flaunt cash, recruit teens, and taunt rivals. That online trail became key evidence as videos and posts showed members waving pistols, issuing threats, and bragging about shootings. Since 2012, violence linked to these Mauritania crews has left at least 43 people shot, including innocent bystanders, with bullets flying into crowded streets, apartment buildings, courtyards, and even a packed restaurant. Investigators in the Bronx announced a major breakthrough after indicting more than a dozen alleged members of the 280 gangster Crips, a violent crew accused of unleashing a years-long wave of targeted shootings and retaliatory attacks across Concourse Village and Claremont. Prosecutors say the crew operated as a tight, gun-heavy unit near the 44th Precinct, patrolling their blocks with illegal firearms and prioritizing revenge and reputation over everything else, especially after 2 earlier deletions sparked a cycle of retaliation. Ambush-style shootings, drive-bys, and broad daylight attacks became so common that families avoided playgrounds, hallways, and corner stores out of fear of getting caught in the crossfire. Ballistics work later showed that the same guns were passed between members and used in multiple shootings, helping detectives link separate crime scenes to the same small circle of shooters. Over several years, investigators built the case with surveillance footage, shell casing analysis, witness interviews, and social media evidence, including videos. Authorities announced the arrest of Christopher Brabs Canada, a Bronx man wanted in connection to a sex money murder-related demise, after a coordinated operation led investigators to a quiet home on Division Street in Oneonta, New York. Canada, who had been on the radar of federal and state authorities for months, was believed to be hiding out at the residence of a relative, attempting to evade capture on serious gang-related deletion and racketeering charges. According to police, the New York-New Jersey Fugitive Task Force received a crucial tip on September 20th, alerting them to Canada's location, prompting a rapid tactical response. He was arrested without incident, escorted out peacefully, and immediately transported to New York City for federal processing. Lieutenant Douglas Brenner of the Oneonta Police Department emphasized that Canada was not in the area to commit new crimes, but was instead laying low, blending into a small upstate community that had no prior encounters with him or the sex money murder organization. Christopher Brabs Canada was wanted in connection with a federal indictment charging him and other sex money murder members, including Corey Brown and Jocelyn Rodriguez, with racketeering, firearms offenses, and their alleged roles in the demise of Vincent Davis on July 15, 2012. According to federal court filings, Canada and his co-defendants were part of a violent SMM crew operating within Bronx River, Soundview, and other East Bronx neighborhoods. Sex money murder, one of the most feared subsets of the United Blood Nation, has long been linked to the demise, extortion, drug trafficking, witness intimidation, and retaliatory shootings across New York City. Investigators say Davis was targeted as part of an internal conflict and broader gang-related dispute. He was fatally shot on a Bronx street in a demise believed to reinforce Sex Money Murda's reputation for enforcing discipline, carrying out retaliatory strikes, and sending messages to rivals or individuals suspected of cooperating with authorities. Federal prosecutors later tied Davis's death to a larger pattern of violence orchestrated by SMM leaders, who often communicated orders through encrypted calls, contraband phones inside Rikers Island, or coded messages relayed through associates. According to court records, Christopher Brabs, Canada, ultimately pleaded guilty to racketeering charges connected to Sex Money Murda's violent enterprise, including his role in the events surrounding the Davis demise. His co-defendants, Corey Brown and Jocelyn Rodriguez, also faced federal racketeering and firearms charges and received significant prison sentences after being tied to the same SMM crew.
Also known as Caballo, is the leader of the Shooting Boys Gang, a criminal organization based in the University Heights section of the Bronx, New York. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison for the murder of Angel Barrero in November 2020, as well as other racketeering offenses. Dunn initially was a member of the Trinitarios gang before breaking off to form the Shooting Boys in 2017, which led to a violent rivalry between the two gangs. Under Dunn's leadership, the Shooting Boys were involved in extensive drug trafficking, including the sale of crack cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. The gang was also responsible for multiple shootings and violent acts against rival gang members and innocent bystanders. The rivalry between the Shooting Boys and the Trinitarios resulted in numerous non-fatal shootings and escalated gang violence in the Bronx. The culmination of this violence was the murder of Angel Barrero. On November 5, 2020, Barrero was sitting in his parked car when Dunn approached and shot him multiple times. Dunn fled to the Dominican Republic shortly after the murder, but was apprehended by the United States Marshals Service in April 2022 and extradited back to the U.S. Dunn's criminal activities were further complicated by his relationship with Gina Mester, a former NYPD officer who provided him with confidential law enforcement information, helping him evade capture and obstructing federal investigations into the gang. Mester was sentenced to over 5 years in prison for her involvement. Dunn was sentenced in February 2023 and is serving a 35-year prison term, with an additional 5 years of supervised release after his prison.
Have some respect for your fathers. Y'all my children. How dare y'all jokes? Big time busters. If you was really lit like that, you do it on your own like I did. That's why you could never beat me. That's why they laugh at y'all behind your back.
Long Island have announced an indictment against 31 accused gang members who they say are responsible for 18 different shootings.
In one of them, a school teacher was killed after his car was allegedly mistaken for a rival gang member's. Jody Goldberg is in Brentwood with details.
Kimberly Collins Midget was a beloved mother and school teacher. Police say she was killed after her car was mistaken for a rival gang members last summer in Hempstead. Those responsible are members of the Bloodhound Brims gang, a subset of the Bloods. The leader, Latique Johnson, who went by the Pilot, was allegedly calling shots from his jail cell in California. Omar Barry and Josiah Herbert were at the top of the gang's hierarchy on Long Island. Law enforcement seized tens of thousands of dollars from Johnson's commissary account. They say he would collect dues from lower-ranking members.
He did that from a jail cell in California. He may or may not have thought he was insulated from prosecution on Long Island. He is not.
A total of 31 alleged gang members and associates were arrested.
Latique Johnson, also known as La Brim, is the founder and leader of the Bloodhound Brims, a violent faction of the Bloods street gang based in New York City. Johnson was instrumental in organizing and leading the gang's operations both inside and outside prison walls. Johnson was convicted on charges of racketeering, narcotics trafficking, and firearms offenses. In 2019, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison for his role in leading the Bloodhound Brims. His leadership was marked by orchestrating violent crimes, including shootings and armed robberies, to maintain control over the gang's territory and operations. Johnson continued to direct gang activities from prison, ordering violent acts, and coordinating criminal enterprises in New York and beyond. In April 2024, Johnson was arraigned on additional charges in Suffolk County, New York, for conspiracy to commit murder and other violent crimes. These charges stem from his continued influence and orders given while he was incarcerated in a federal prison in California. Johnson's leadership and the activities of the Bloodhound Brims have significantly impacted communities through violence and illegal activities, prompting extensive law enforcement efforts to dismantle the gang's operations.
You know what I'm saying? It's awareness, basically, as far as, you understand what I'm saying, like the message of, I want some Godsburg shit too. I'm like, yo, we gotta stop killing each other. We gotta start uplifting each other. We gotta start buying from black-owned communities instead of taking our money and going and taking our money out there and getting rollies and Porsches and you know what I'm saying?
Dwight Reed, known by his alias Dick Wolf, is a prominent leader of the Guerrilla Stone Bloods, a subset of the United Blood Nation in New York. Under his leadership, the Guerrilla Stone Bloods have been deeply involved in various criminal activities, including drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, robbery, and acts of violence to maintain their territorial control. Reed's gang has distributed illegal drugs across New York and used violence and intimidation against rival gangs and perceived threats. Reed, along with other high-ranking members, has faced numerous legal issues, including arrests and indictments related to their criminal operations. In 2020, several members, including Reed, were indicted on charges of racketeering, drug trafficking, and weapons offenses. His leadership has contributed to the gang's fearsome reputation and drawn significant attention from law enforcement agencies, resulting in multiple investigations and efforts to dismantle the gang. Dwight Dick Wolf Reed's influence within the Guerrilla Stone Bloods continues to shape the criminal landscape of New York. Larry Calderon, or Larry O, is a significant figure in New York's criminal underworld, known for his leadership of the Mac Ballers family, a subset of the Bloods, but broke away from the Brim Alliance. Under Larry O's leadership, the Mac Ballers engage in various criminal enterprises, including drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, robbery, and violent assaults. Operating primarily in New York City, the gang maintains control over certain territories through violence and intimidation, particularly in the distribution of drugs. The Mac Ballers are known for their aggressive tactics against rival gangs and individuals who threaten their operations. Larry O and his gang members have faced numerous legal issues, including arrests and indictments, as a result of extensive law enforcement investigations aimed at dismantling their operations and reducing violence. His leadership has significantly impacted the communities where the Mac Ballers operate, contributing to a climate of fear and violence. Consequently, Larry O and the Mac Ballers have become a primary focus for law enforcement agencies working to combat gang violence and crime in New York City, leading to numerous crackdowns and efforts to bring gang members to justice.
The 110 gang has been terrorizing the southwest side of Syracuse for what police believe has been more than 20 years.
Gangs poison our communities with drugs and violence, taking lives, destroying families, and recruiting young people to perpetuate this tragedy.
But with this indictment unsealed, these 14 men face charges of conspiracy to violate the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, a gang believed to use violence to protect its territory, and blamed for 37 acts allegedly committed in Syracuse since 2012, including 2 murders, 6 shootings, 2 stabbings, and substantial drug dealing.
So on October 14th of 2015, we had a homicide at 148 Hope Avenue.
And then shortly thereafter, in November the 10th of 2015, we had a homicide on 550 South Clinton Street. Both of these homicides we discovered was in connection with the 110 gang members. Each of the suspects were identified as a member of the 110 gang. So we called a truce trigger in connection.
The 110 gang, also known by the nickname Face Mob, in honor of slain member Daron Face Scott, has long operated as one of the most violent and entrenched street gangs on the southwest side of Syracuse, New York. The gang maintains strong control over a defined area stretching from Tallman Street to Onondaga Avenue and from Centennial Drive to Lincoln Avenue. Since the early 2000s, the 110 gang evolved from a drug distribution ring into a broader criminal enterprise involved in drug trafficking, credit card fraud, robbery, and violent enforcement tactics. According to a 2010 Department of Justice press release, the gang routinely guarded that territory and resorted to acts of violence to ensure that no rival gang members encroached upon their territory. That pattern of violence and intimidation became the hallmark of the gang's operations. On October 29, 2018, federal prosecutors announced a major RICO indictment against 14 alleged members of the 110 gang. Each was charged with conspiracy, which is designed to prosecute organized crime. The indictment covered a range of criminal activity committed between 2012 and 2018. According to the charging documents, the gang was responsible for multiple deletions, attempted deletions, robberies, assaults, and dozens of drug transactions. In addition, the indictment described widespread use of community firearms, shared weapons passed among gang members, as well as organized credit card fraud schemes used to generate income. The federal charges carried a maximum sentence of life in prison and were the result of a years-long investigation involving numerous agencies. Among the most prominent individuals charged was Anthony, a dog Hopper, identified by federal authorities as a ringleader within the 110 gang. In October 2019, Hopper was convicted at trial of RICO conspiracy, including the deletion of a rival in 2014. During his sentencing, the court found that Hopper had ordered and directed multiple deletions, shootings, drug sales, and robberies, making him a central figure in the gang's operations. In September 2020, he was sentenced to 385 months over 32 years in federal prison. Federal prosecutors described him as a dangerously evil leader of the gang. Another key figure was Yamar Spanky Long, who pleaded guilty in 2020. Long admitted that he drove the car from which Hopper opened fire in the 2014 deletion, and he also participated in drug distribution. Long was sentenced to 210 months or 17.5 years in prison. Gretel Rennie Smith, a one-time member of the gang with a previous RICO conviction from 2011, also pleaded guilty. He admitted to stabbing another man during a gang conflict in 2017 and selling drugs. Smith received a sentence of 78 months. Norris Pep Kinsey, another of the 14 individuals indicted, admitted to drug trafficking, illegal firearm possession, and participating in at least one shooting on behalf of the gang. He was sentenced in November 2020 to 150 months. Rashawn Wormy Wynn also entered a guilty plea and received 92 months in prison. Wynn later appealed his sentence, claiming he played only a minor role, but in 2024, the Court of Appeals upheld the conviction, pointing to Wynn's long-standing ties and activities within the gang. By the end of 2020, all indicted defendants had either pleaded guilty or, like Hopper, were found guilty at trial. Sentencing hearings for each took place between 2019 and 2020. Judges involved in the case emphasized the violent nature of the gang's conduct and the damage it caused to the community. Some defendants, like Wynn, pursued appeals, but those challenges were ultimately rejected by higher courts.
Your actions, both of you, throughout your life and throughout the events in this indictment, and throughout the criminal enterprise that you were a part of for many years, have left a trail of devastation, pain, and destruction that is almost incomprehensible. That two people could do so much damage to so many other people in so many ways. It does respect the jury's verdict. In this court's opinion, the jury's verdict was supported by the evidence, clearly supported by the overwhelming evidence of guilt as it relates to each of the defendants. The claims of ineffective assistance of counsel are not supported by the record.
The V-Knot Gang was a violent street crew based in Syracuse's south side, specifically in the Valley area, stretching north to West Newell Street. Federal authorities described the group as a territorial drug distribution gang that routinely used violence to enforce its dominance and defend its turf. By the mid-2000s, V-Knot became locked in a dangerous feud with the rival Bricktown Gang. This conflict reached a deadly turning point on November 26, 2010, when V-Knot member Kahari Smith shot and deleted 18-year-old high school basketball player Kihari Blue on Interstate 81. The shooting shocked the city and was seen as one of the most egregious examples of escalating gang violence in Syracuse. Law enforcement officials labeled V-Knot one of the most violent street gangs in our city, citing their long track record of shootings, intimidation, and drug trafficking. On May 1, 2012, a federal grand jury in the Northern District of New York returned a superseding indictment charging 11 Volts non-members with racketeering conspiracy under the federal RICO statute. The indictment alleged that, between 2003 and 2012, the defendants conspired to engage in a broad pattern of organized criminal activity. Specific charges included the demise of Kihari Blue, at least 10 other shootings, 18 crack cocaine distribution offenses, 8 illegal weapons possession charges, multiple robberies and assaults, and witness intimidation. The government's case presented V-Knot as a structured and violent gang enterprise that thrived on fear, retaliation, and illegal drug sales. Each defendant faced up to life in federal prison, fines of up to $250,000, and terms of supervised release. Attorney Richard Hartunian said the group had poisoned our streets with drugs, violence, and all manner of crime, victimizing children and other innocent people. Key figures in the indictment included several high-ranking or influential gang members. Jeffrey Ghost Powell was the first to plead guilty in September 2012. Kenneth Jerome Jackson entered his plea in December 2012 and later admitted to firing an AK-47 into the home of a rival gang member. Riata Rico Travitt was the only female indicted in the case and also pleaded guilty in December 2012. Donald Johnson Jr. followed with a guilty plea in February 2013, and Nathan Nate King entered his plea in September 2013. Kahori Kiss Smith, who was responsible for the deletion of Kihari Blue, pleaded guilty on September 19, 2013, eliminating the need for a high-profile trial that had been scheduled for the following month. Kenneth Jackson was sentenced to 92 months, approximately 7.5 years, while Donald Johnson received 108 months, 9 years. Habakkuk H.B. Nickens, another key figure who had played a central role in the gang's violent operations, was sentenced to 240 months, 20 years in April 2014. Prosecutors presented evidence showing that Nickens had driven the getaway vehicle used in the murder of Kihari Blue. Kahari Smith, the shooter, was awaiting sentencing at the time of the last reports and faced a potential life term. In court documents and sentencing hearings, judges emphasized the defendant's repeated engagement in violent acts, including shootings and drug trafficking. For instance, Jackson was found to have fired 22 rounds from an AK-47, and Nickens was confirmed to have facilitated the gang's ambush attack on a rival. Following the indictment, the legal proceedings advanced steadily. By late 2013, all 11 defendants had pleaded guilty. Jeffrey Powell's plea was the first, and Nathan King's plea was announced as the 10th. Kahori Smith was the final defendant to plead, acknowledging his direct role in the 2010 highway deletion. The absence of a full trial was considered a legal victory that spared victims' families the emotional toll of lengthy court proceedings. In their admissions, each defendant acknowledged participation in various acts of violence, drug trafficking, and other crimes listed in the indictment. The impact of the case extended beyond the courtroom. In 2016, former gang member Habakkuk Nickens, now serving a 20-year sentence, helped organize a community balloon release titled Gone But Not Forgotten to honor victims of gun violence. The event drew local leaders and residents alike, including Syracuse City Councilor Helen Hudson, who spoke about the lingering grief and trauma felt by families in the community. Hudson emphasized the emotional burden of generational violence, stating that many residents carry so much anger. "We don't even know why we carry it." Grassroots groups such as Mothers Against Gun Violence and OGs Against Violence use the event to promote healing and call for unity. In the eyes of many, the V0 indictments marked a step toward restoring peace, but the community also recognized the need for continued investment in prevention, support, and healing. The federal and
Authorities are breaking up a suspected cocaine ring with deep roots here in Buffalo.
Now, the FBI says these suspects are part of the most violent gang in Western New York. Prosecutors also say the gang was the target of the City Grill massacre, one of the worst mass shootings in Buffalo's history.
13 men arrested this morning, another this afternoon, and there are 3 more gang members authorities are still searching for. Officials say they're all part of Choo Boys, a violent gang. 14 men are behind bars. The man in the upper right-hand corner, Marcel Worthy, is said to be the ringleader.
He's been a long-time narcotics trafficker.
According to the criminal complaint, in addition to selling cocaine, the Choo Boys have been involved in shootings. The FBI believes Worthy has at least one person. The complaint also states Worthy, along with the Choo Boys, were the intended targets of the City Grill restaurant shooting in downtown Buffalo 4 years ago. 8 people were shot, 4 of them. Authorities say they bought drugs undercover and wiretapped gang members' phones. They say the men switched their cell phones frequently to stay under the radar. FBI agents say Worthy and 2 other gang members opened Gone auto sales on Bailey Avenue to launder their illegal drugs. The bust started with 8 federal search warrants and ended with authorities seizing 5 guns.
Right now, Buffalo police confirm 4 victims are dead. Gunfire erupted outside City Grill on Main Street near Swan just after 2:30 this morning. At least 7 people were shot. 3 of the victims were dead on the scene. A 4th victim died at the hospital. Detectives are working to learn if the incident is related to a party inside the restaurant.
Ricardo McCrae voluntarily surrendered to Buffalo police here at News 4. He told me he had gotten low to the ground when the bullets started flying. Now his attorneys are saying they believe there were 2 or more shooters and that McCrae wasn't one of them.
4 people were and 4 wounded outside of the City Grill in downtown Buffalo. Surveillance video is said to have captured the shootings. That video has not been made public, but attorneys for Ricardo McCrae claim that from video they have seen, there is evidence that more than one gunman was firing bullets.
We will show that there was more than one shooter there, that Mr. McCrae was not one of the shooters there, and there was 2 or more shooters there at the time.
When McCrae was brought to me at News 4, 11 days after the shootings, he told me he wasn't the shooter and claimed there was more than one person firing from different directions.
All different. From the sounds, it was more than one out there. Like I told you on the shots, I got low. And that's all I could.
Sources tell us the victim of this East Ferry Street murder has ties to the man accused of pulling the trigger at City Grill.
Sources tell News 4 the man who was fatally shot at East Ferry and Ernst was Ahmed Lester. We're also told he's Ricardo McCrae's cousin, the main suspect in the mass shootings outside City Grill, and that Lester was the one who drove McCrae back from North Carolina to surrender.
He said he was in Buffalo the whole time, of course.
Bishop Harry Davis says that's the conversation he had with McCrae when he and Darnell Jackson picked him up before bringing him to News 4. In an exclusive interview with senior correspondent Rich Newberg, McCrae said he did not know police were looking for him.
Do you know what caused the shooting? If I know what caused the shooter, I would tell y'all. That's why I said, that's why I come down here, because they say they looking for me, and that's why I'm coming down here to explain. Like, you know, tonight what happened. Like I told you, if I knew, I would tell you.
On the east side of Buffalo, the Choo Boys gang carved out a brutal reputation as one of the city's most dangerous criminal organizations. Based in the Grider neighborhood near Shule Street, the crew ran a violent drug trafficking operation that pushed cocaine, crack, and marijuana across the region. Their business was enforced through fear, with shootings and homicides used to silence rivals and settle scores. One of the most notorious incidents tied to the gang occurred in August 2012. Quincy's shooter Balance was gunned down in what prosecutors described as a revenge killing. The Choo boys believe Balance had deleted one of their own just days earlier. Roderick "Raw" Arrington carried out the hit and was later convicted of deletion in aid of racketeering, earning a life sentence. The result, 28 members and associates of the Choo boys were charged and convicted. Investigators dismantled the gang's entire drug operation, which relied on a Texas pipeline to move large quantities of drugs into Buffalo. Among the last to face justice was Aaron "Boog" Hicks, who served as the gang's key link to their Texan supplier. Hicks wasn't just a middleman, he was actively involved in plotting retaliatory hits alongside Arrington. In February 2019, Hicks was sentenced to 30 years in prison for racketeering and drug conspiracy, bringing the case to a close.
Tonight, a major development in the fight against gang violence here in the Queen City. 10 members of a Buffalo-based gang now behind bars, indicted on drug and weapons charges.
Within the last hour, one associate of the LRGP gang surrendered, turning himself in to federal agents. This after 9 members were arrested in an early morning raid on the city's east side. Federal agents tell 7 Eyewitness News that this particular gang, known for trafficking drugs and violence, has been on the radar for years.
Elsewhere tonight, the FBI and Buffalo police rounded up more than a dozen suspected drug traffickers in Buffalo today. News 4's Ed Dranch has the latest now from the U.S. Attorney.
The FBI and Buffalo police stood guard outside this building on Memorial Drive after an early morning raid rounding up more than 20 suspected drug traffickers and gang members. Buffalo Police Commissioner Daniel Dorenda calls them the worst of the worst. As part of an organized takedown, police stormed this West Avenue house where they say Dwayne Gray Jr., the leader of the LRGP gang, was arrested. This was the end of an investigation that started in August of 2011. Law enforcement says most of the drug dealing was done out of this house. You can see it's all boarded up. The fact is, it's also right next door to a school. U.S. Attorney Bill Hochul says Gray was working with a number of others, trafficking drugs through the city of Buffalo. Hochul noted what happens in the city has far-reaching effects outside in the suburbs. He says wiretaps were used in 2 instances to gather evidence.
In a dense cluster of streets on Buffalo's east side, Lombard, Rother, Gibson, and Plater, a gang emerged in the late 2000s that would soon become one of the most feared in the city. Known as LRGP, the gang took its name from those very streets and built a brutal drug operation that operated with a mixture of strategy, intimidation, and lethal violence. At the heart of their empire were neighborhood trap houses, including one on Sobieski Street, run by gang leader Dwayne Gray. These locations serve as hubs for drug sales, gun storage, and enforcement orders. But the gang's reign reached a boiling point in April 2011, when Gray's brother, Alonzo Scott, was gunned down allegedly by a rival from the Cold Springs gang. What followed was a textbook case of gangland retaliation, one that would eventually help dismantle the entire LRGP network. Believing that Amir Chambers, an associate of Cold Springs, was behind Scott's demise, the gang plotted revenge. First, Fred Keys, one of LRGP's enforcers, and associate Alexis Mills tried to poison Chambers. When that failed, they turned to the deletion. On April 20, 2011, Mills lured Chambers to his front door, and Keys shot him point-blank in the head. According to federal documents, Mills even kicked the dying man's body to ensure he was dead, while Keys coldly dialed 911 to report the crime. By 2013, a coordinated FBI-led investigation had flipped the script on LRGP. What followed was one of the largest gang takedowns in Buffalo history. A total of 19 members and associates were convicted on charges including racketeering conspiracy, narcotics distribution, and deletion. Among them was Anthony "Skinny" Skinner, who admitted to deleting a man in 2009 to elevate his rank in the gang. and later attempting to delete a member of the rival Bailey Boys crew in 2010. Key figures in the organization faced heavy sentences. Dwayne Gray, the gang's leader, was sentenced in 2016 to over 15 years in federal prison. Fred Keys, the gunman in the Chambers deletion, received 30 years, while Alexis Mills was sentenced to more than 18 years for her role in the plot. Operating along the Camp Street corridor near Jefferson and Genesee on Buffalo's east side, the Camp Street Boys carved out a name for themselves as a street-level drug crew with a steady grip on neighborhood sales. Like many of Buffalo's localized gangs, they used violence and intimidation to protect their turf, and their presence became a familiar concern for both law enforcement and local residents.
Federal agents cracked down on what is described as one of the most violent gangs on Buffalo's east side this morning.
The 8 suspects got a startling wake-up call. Around sunrise, 15 SWAT teams and hundreds of individual officers took part in raids across the east side. At this Genesee Street clothing store, they used a blowtorch to blast away the lock. And at a barber shop down the street, the front door was blown completely off. The DEA, FBI, and Buffalo police had been doing surveillance on the Camp Street Boys ring for weeks. According to an indictment, 44-year-old Anthony Avery, 42-year-old Linda Johnson, and 31-year-old Tyree Bishop would buy from Ohio and Michigan and have it shipped to Buffalo for distribution. Avery, the indictment alleges, then delivered the cocaine to Camp Street gang members for them to sell.
In June 2011, that presence came under fire. A multi-agency raid resulted in the arrest of 11 members of the Camp Street Boys, including alleged ringleader Tramail McGee, then 30 years old. Federal prosecutors tied McGee to a drug distribution ring operating out of the Jefferson and Genesee area, a known hub for narcotics trafficking at the time. District Judge William Scretany sentenced McGee to 5 years in federal prison, calling him a key organizer of the Camp Street Network supply line. But federal pressure didn't fully extinguish the Camp Street operation. By 2017, the McGee name surfaced again, this time in a new federal indictment. A grand jury charged Mario McGee and his brother Tramail McGee, fresh out of prison from his previous case, with resuming their drug distribution business. Prosecutors allege the brothers sold drugs throughout Buffalo between late 2015 and May 2016, suggesting that Tramail, undeterred by his earlier conviction, had rejoined the drug trade alongside his sibling. Both men were arraigned in early 2017 and held pending trial. Although the Camp Street Boys weren't tied to high-profile deletions like some of Buffalo's other gangs, police intelligence linked them to shootings and turf-related violence. One alleged leader was reportedly listed as an enforcer in law enforcement briefings, marked for retaliation by rival crews.
Charges 12 members and associates of the CBL-BFL gang with several crimes. Prosecutors say the gang formed in 2009 and operated out of the Town Gardens housing complex in Buffalo. They say the gang's activities stretched to the Walden Galleria and Chippewa. Many units at the housing complex were used to store firearms and drugs. The 11 men who were arrested are all in their 20s. The U.S. Attorney says they used social media, including Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram, to spread their message of violence.
A Buffalo gang member is going to prison for the rest of his life. Dalvon Curry learned his fate today. He was convicted of one man in 2015 and another in 2017. Federal prosecutors say he was a shooter for the so-called Cashman Long Brothers for Life gang, which operated out of the Town Gardens complex in downtown Buffalo.
By the mid-2010s, the Town Gardens apartments on Buffalo's east side, just off Jefferson and William Streets, had become ground zero for one of the city's most violent street crews. Known as CBL or BFL, short for Cashman Long Brothers for Life, the gang formed around 2009 and quickly transformed the housing complex into a fortified drug and crime hub. Cashman Long Brothers for Life members lived in the complex, stashed firearms and narcotics in nearby apartments, and operated open-air drug markets from parking lots and storefronts. Their drug menu was extensive, flowed through the town homes, turning the area into a round-the-clock operation. But Cashman Long Brothers for Life didn't just deal in drugs, they ruled by fear. Armed with an arsenal of illegal weapons, gang members routinely carried out shootings, assaults, and retaliatory attacks, targeting rivals, civilians, and even suspected disloyal members. Violence wasn't just used to settle scores, it was part of their brand. If one member was harmed, the entire gang struck back, enforcing a brutal code of loyalty and silence. Guns, drugs, and wads of cash appeared frequently on Facebook and Snapchat, and members even filmed drill-style rap videos in their territory, glorifying their exploits while taunting rivals and law enforcement alike. But by 2018, their brazen presence had gone too far. That August, federal authorities unsealed a 36-count RICO indictment charging 12 members and associates with crimes including racketeering, drug trafficking, and multiple murders in aid of racketeering. It was one of the largest gang takedowns in Buffalo's recent history. At the center of it all was Dalvin "Dallo" Curry, a 22-year-old gang enforcer accused of carrying out 2 cold-blooded executions. Prosecutors said Curry gunned down Yaquan Sullivan, a rival, in 2015, and Xavier Wimes, a fellow gang member suspected of betrayal on New Year's Day 2017. In the Wimes case, Curry obtained a weapon from another cash Ben Long or Brothers for a life associate and personally carried out the deletion. In late 2021, Curry was convicted at trial of both, as well as drug trafficking, weapons violations, and racketeering. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 25 years. His conviction was the final chapter in a sweeping prosecution that resulted in the convictions of 13 cash Ben Long or Brothers for life members, 12 of whom took plea deals, while Curry stood trial alone. Others from the gang received long sentences as well. McQueen Scaife Jones, 24, was handed nearly 16 years in prison for racketeering and leading violent assaults, including drive-by shootings in 2015. Another associate, Michael Lowe, received 9 years for his role in the conspiracy and drug operation.
Well, the 2 groups involved here are the 7th Street Gang and the 10th Street Gang. Of Eric Morrow last August on Auburn Street could send 4 members of the 7th Street Gang to prison for life, or even qualify as a death penalty case. Efren Hidalgo and Esteban Ramos Cruz are still on the loose, but early morning raids at this home on Gallatin Street in Black Rock and Niagara and Hamilton Streets resulted in some of the 8 arrests today, involving drug and gang-related crime, stretching from the Lower West Side all the way up to Riverside.
I don't want to live here anymore.
Fear and frustration in the city scarred by rising violence. Tonight, Buffalo cracks down on suspected members of a notorious gang.
Well, the 10th Street Gang has been notorious on Buffalo's west side. Police say their leaders are now in jail, but it still didn't stop today's gunfire on their turf. Just before 10 this morning, about 8 shots rang out on 19th Street near West Ferry. The workers inside La Nova Pizzeria could see people running from the scene. Brittany was in her home holding her baby when a shot went through her porch, then continued on into another house across the street. Yesterday, 27 alleged members of the 10th Street Gang were named in a federal racketeering indictment. Half of them were already in jail and are now facing charges as an organized enterprise with drug trafficking. Michael Bobbitt is still wanted. His brother Brandon Bobbitt was one of those arraigned yesterday. Some are connected to 3, including the June of 2009 of a 14-year-old on Whitney Place, and 2 weeks later, the killing of a suspected rival gang member on Ullman Street. The 10th Street Gang has been around since the 80s, and agents say their turf was bordered by Niagara, Auburn, Richmond, and Carolina Streets.
Gang behind years of terrifying attacks on Buffalo's west side is now off the streets for good. That is the word from U.S. Attorney William Hochul, who made the announcement about the 10th Street Gang this morning.
From the early 2000s through 2012, Buffalo's west side was engulfed in a gang war that transformed entire neighborhoods into battlegrounds. At the heart of the violence were 2 rival street crews, the 7th Street Gang, also known as Chico's Crew, and the 10th Street Gang, both predominantly Hispanic, both deeply entrenched, and both locked in a brutal cycle of retaliatory shootings, executions, and turf warfare. Over the span of a decade, the feud would leave multiple victims dead, dozens more wounded, and entire communities living in fear. Federal prosecutors ultimately linked the rivalry to at least 4 deletions and more than a dozen attempted deletions, many of them executed in broad daylight. One of the most chilling episodes occurred in April 2006, when 7 10th Street members opened fire in a drive-by shooting, mistakenly targeting a group of bystanders they believed to be rival gangsters. 2 innocent men were deleted, and 4 others wounded, in what became a defining tragedy of Buffalo's gang era. Years later, Douglas Harville, one of the shooters, was convicted of RICO conspiracy and sentenced to 17.5 years in prison. The 10th Street Gang wasn't just about street violence, they also operated a large-scale drug enterprise. By 2014, a federal crackdown had resulted in 44 members and associates indicted, with at least 38 convictions secured on charges ranging from narcotics trafficking to deletion. One particularly high-profile case involved Brandon Bobbitt, who provided the stolen car used in the 2008 drive-by deletion of 7th Street member Omar Fraticello Lugo. Bobbitt pleaded guilty to racketeering and received a 17-year sentence. On the opposing side, the 7th Street Gang Chico's crew was just as violent. Led by Efrain Chico Hidalgo, the gang controlled drug sales in their sector of the West Side and launched vicious counterattacks against 10th Street members. On August 11, 2009, Chico's crew ambushed and deleted Eric Morrow, a known 10th Street associate. Prosecutors identified Esteban Ramos Cruz and Jordan Hidalgo as the shooters, with Ramos Cruz delivering the fatal shot using a .22 caliber rifle. He later pled guilty and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The bloodshed didn't stop there. In a shocking revelation, federal investigators uncovered that the 2004 double deletion of Nelson and Miguel Camacho, originally blamed on an innocent man, was actually carried out by members of Chico's crew. Another victim, Virgil Page, was also deleted in 2010 in a separate gang-related execution. Altogether, Efrain Hidalgo confessed to orchestrating or participating in 4 deletions and 7 attempted murders as part of the gang war. By 2016, 18 members of the 7th Street Gang had been indicted and convicted on RICO and violent crime charges. Efrain Chico Hidalgo himself pled guilty to conspiracy and was sentenced to 27.5 years in federal prison. With the parallel takedown of the 10th Street Gang, whose leadership, including Melvin Stubb Medina, Matthew Daines, and Hector Love Rodriguez, also received lengthy prison terms, the decade-long war was finally brought to an end. The dismantling of Buffalo's most violent gangs was not just a string of arrests, it was a generational shift in how street violence was confronted and dismantled.
Belonged to the Bailey Boys, an East Side gang with a violent past.
That over about a 10-month period of time in 2011, members of the Bailey Boys committed no less than 8 attempted murders.
The 24-count indictment not only accuses Tyrone Brown of being in the Bailey Boys gang, but also of shooting Harold McCain in January of 2011. The indictment also connects Brown to the 2011 shooting death of Kevin Wilkins. Both were in the area the Bailey Boys fought to control. Transit Police Chief George Gast also announced the gang is connected to a January 2012 shooting. One man fired at this NFTA bus at the corner of Bailey and Kensington. It was all caught on city surveillance cameras.
This was not a random shooting, that the individual on the street was actually targeting a passenger on the bus.
Throughout the late 2000s and early 2010s, Buffalo's University District and East Side witnessed a surge in violent gang activity none more feared during that era than the Bailey Boys. Operating in a stretch of the city bordered by Winspear Avenue, the Kensington Expressway, Eggert Road, and Main Street, the Bailey Boys built their name on a legacy of violence, armed drug trafficking, and ruthless turf control. Federal prosecutors later described the Bailey Boys as a violent criminal gang responsible for everything from armed robberies and assaults to drive-by shootings and murders. Their grip on street-level drug sales was secured through firepower. Members patrolled their territory with illegal firearms, launching retaliatory attacks against rivals and those who crossed them. One of the most pivotal blows to the gang came in 2018, when a federal jury convicted Kenneth Petway Jr., a 34-year-old gang leader, on a series of major drug and weapons charges. Evidence presented at trial revealed Petway's role as both supplier and strategist. He distributed narcotics to fellow gang members and armed them with guns for use in defending turf and executing violent assaults. Petway's own actions helped build the government's case. Prosecutors entered into evidence a self-produced rap video titled "Picked Up in a Raid," in which Petway bragged about selling drugs and silencing snitches. It wasn't just music, it was a confession set to a beat. In October 2018, Judge Thomas McAvoy sentenced Petway to 40 years in federal prison, calling it a decisive moment in the broader crackdown. The Bailey Boys left a brutal legacy. On February 9, 2012, two gang members attempted a drug-related robbery of a man named Fred Rozier. When Rozier resisted, Raymond Whedon shot and met his demise in cold blood. Whedon would later plead guilty to deletion in 2018, and his accomplice, Rayshad Washington, was convicted earlier. Their violence was brazen. Members fired into crowded neighborhood parties, executed drive-bys, and carried out public shootouts that turned residential streets into war zones. By 2013, federal indictments had formally linked the Bailey Boys to 3 deletions and 6 non-fatal shootings, among a long list of other offenses. Tucked within the historic streets of Buffalo's East Side, the Fruit Belt neighborhood carries deep cultural roots, but in recent years, it has also been a battleground in a violent gang feud. At the center of the conflict, the Fruit Belt Posse, a local gang linked to a string of shootings, armed confrontations, and drug trafficking that drew the attention of federal investigators. Since 2019, the FBI's Safe Streets Task Force and Buffalo Police Department have zeroed in on the Fruit Belt Posse, identifying its involvement in narcotics distribution and illegal firearms possession. Tensions exploded in the summer of 2020, when a feud between the Fruit Belt crew and rival Central Park gang escalated into deadly violence. On July 1, 2020, CPG member Sheriff Jackson was gunned down near a high school, an act investigators believe was a targeted deletion by Fruit Belt gang members. Just 3 days later, the streets retaliated. On July 4th, 2 Fruit Belt associates, Antwain Parker and Michael Woods, were shot on Sycamore Avenue in a suspected act of revenge. Despite taking a bullet to the head, Woods managed to drive himself to the hospital, discarding a handgun en route. That weapon, later recovered by police, was believed to have played a role in the ongoing gang war. Both men were already convicted felons, and their possession of firearms was a federal offense. Arrested shortly after the shooting, they each pleaded guilty to being felons in possession of firearms. During their plea hearings, prosecutors painted a chilling picture of the Fruit Belt Posse's activity. Members flaunted guns on social media, stalked rivals at funerals, and treated Buffalo's neighborhoods like combat zones. In January 2022, Michael Woods was sentenced to 88 months in federal prison. Parker faced a similar outcome. Their arrests were part of a broader federal initiative to disrupt what authorities called a cycle of criminality and violence gripping Buffalo's East Side. The crackdown extended beyond city borders. In 2019, law enforcement agents tracked down 2 more reputed Fruit Belt Posse members, Earl Stone and Shaquille Coleman, hiding out in Jamestown, New York. Both were arrested on violent parole violations, sending a message that even outside city limits, there would be no refuge for those connected to the
Bronx is the only New York City borough attached to the mainland. Dense neighborhoods, packed streets, cars everywhere parked on every block, every corner, every side street. It's a borough where working people depend on their vehicles to get to work, get their kids to school, get through the day. It's also, as of 2024, ground zero for one of the most organized auto theft operations this city had seen in years. The crew behind it?
Members of the Trinitarios, a Dominican gang used as street-level drug dealers and enforcers, were already on law enforcement's radar for their savagery. Women took part in vicious attacks. It's been estimated more than 1,000 Trinitarios operate on the streets of New York City. They're also said to be active in Milan, Italy, and Madrid, Spain. A young woman was allegedly at the center of events that led alleged gang members to hunt down 15-year-old Junior Guzman Feliz at a Bronx bodega Wednesday, thinking the teen had appeared in a video with her. The woman was a gang member's sister. Junior didn't know her. Instead, he had dreams of being a police officer.
The Trinitarios. The Trinitarios are a Dominican criminal street organization with roots across New York City, the Bronx, Upper Manhattan, parts of Queens. They have a long history with law enforcement, violent crimes, drug cases. But this operation wasn't about guns or drugs. This was a business. A structured, calculated, fully operational theft enterprise, and it ran for nearly a year before investigators finally brought it
what
down.
They're calling a race car pit crew of thieves that strip cars in minutes. This one in New York. Video catching the moment authorities say these three suspects, fully masked and wearing gloves, stripped a car at shocking speed, using power tools to take off all 4 tires and rims in the middle of the night. Prosecutors say the group targeting cars across the borough are then selling parts like catalytic converters on the black market. So far, 9 have been arrested.
When the police executed a search warrant at one of the defendants' home.
Experts say these sophisticated auto theft rings are cropping up across the U.S., costing consumers millions of dollars nationwide. In April, Philly police say they busted 2 car theft rings targeting Hondas. This is Kayla Mason's car being stolen right outside her home.
By the summer of 2024, police in the Bronx were logging over 200 auto theft reports every single month. People waking up to find their cars propped on cinder blocks, rims gone, catalytic converters ripped out, entire undercarriages stripped while the car sat in front of their home. The NYPD knew something organized was happening. They just needed to
prove it.
They're in a
street gang, but they work more like a racetrack pit crew. Authorities charging more than a dozen thieves now for stealing more than 250 cars. You can actually see one of the thefts happening right now. The suspects using power tools to swipe 4 tires off an SUV in just minutes. Prosecutors saying in a nearly 1,000-count indictment that the alleged thieves also swiped roughly $1 million worth of auto parts, including catalytic converters. But several suspects.
Picture this. It's 1 a.m. A quiet residential block somewhere in the Bronx. Most people are asleep. A car pulls up, sometimes a stolen vehicle, used specifically for the operation. 3 men get out. No rush. No panic. One goes low with the hydraulic jack, props up the target, usually a Honda, Toyota, or Nissan. High demand models. Parts move fast. Another man is already pulling out the impact wrench. The third keeps watch, manages the tools, handles the milk crates they use to stage the stripped parts. Within minutes, the tires are off. The rims are stacked. If there's a catalytic converter worth taking, it's cut loose too. The car gets left on the ground or on blocks, depending on what tools they had that night. Then they're gone. On peak nights, this same crew did this 6 times. 6 separate vehicles, 6 separate crime scenes, all before sunrise, all within a few miles of each other across the Bronx. Then they expanded. Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens. By the time investigators had built their case, this crew had hit nearly every single precinct in the Bronx and spread across the entire city. Bronx D. Darcel Clark said they worked as fast as a racetrack pit crew in the dead of night. That's not just a metaphor. That's a description of their actual operating style. These men were fast. They were precise. They had a system. 14 of the 16 defendants were caught on surveillance cameras. Masked, calm, professional. You watch the footage, and it doesn't look like a crime of desperation. It looks like people who have done this hundreds of times because they had. 252 victims. That's not an abstract number. Those are 252 people who walked out to their car one morning and found something had been taken. One victim reported $10,000 in damage just from having their tires stripped. That's not a rich person number. That's a working person's nightmare. A month's rent, a semester of community college, gone because 3 men with power tools decided your car was a target.
The Bronx DA and NYPD's Auto Crimes Unit busted 16 people who allegedly are part of a gang. Investigators say they used stolen cars, rolling in crews of 3 in the middle of the night. Take a look at this SUV, this Nissan. This is what they're doing. They're coming up to vehicles like this, Nissans, Toyotas, Hondas being hit hard. These are factory rims. They come with the vehicle. Police say in this investigation they found most of the stolen rims were sold online. And because these were not high-end, expensive vehicles, but ordinary rides that most people own, it made it easier to resell the merchandise. The NYPD formed a special unit in the Bronx in 2024 after hundreds of vehicles had rims or other car parts stolen, calling it Operation Pit Crew.
Think about what that means practically. You don't have comprehensive insurance. Most people in the Bronx don't carry full coverage because they can't afford it. Your car is sitting on blocks. You can't get to work. You can't take your kids to school. You're calling mechanics, calling insurance, calling the police, trying to figure out how you recovered from something that happened while you were sleeping. 172 sets of tires and rims, 69 catalytic converters, over and over again, across 252 households. That's the real cost, not just the $2 million total. It's 252 disrupted lives. He worked. The parts didn't sit around. They moved fast. Some went directly to black market buyers, people embedded in the chop shop ecosystem who knew what to pay, what to ask, and how to keep quiet. 2 of the 16 defendants weren't just thieves. They were identified as black market catalytic converter buyers, fences embedded inside the supply chain. They were buying the stolen parts from their own crew and flipping them for profit. A business within a business. But some of it went somewhere you might not expect. Facebook Marketplace.
Announcing the indictment of 16 people accused of stealing $1.2 million in car parts. The victims drove Honda and Toyota SUVs and sedans.
The suspects chose these parts because they'd be the easiest to sell within a larger marketplace. It was a simple supply and demand designed to make the most money from the most available product.
And this is surveillance video of the suspects pulling up to a home next to a fire station in Bedford Park. They quickly jack up a black SUV, remove the tires and rims, roll them into the trunk of a car, and speed off.
First, they would steal a car, then use that car to drive around the city, stealing parts off of other cars. And if their stolen vehicle was recovered by police, they simply took another one and kept going.
Tires, rims, auto parts, listed online, sold to buyers who either didn't ask questions or didn't know what they were buying. It's audacious, and it worked. 1.2 million in stolen parts sold with Facebook Marketplace as part of the distribution network. And the cash? It piled up. When investigators executed a search warrant on one suspect's home, they found $116,000 in cash. Not in a safe, not in a bank, stuffed in a suitcase. The kind of money you accumulate when you're running 6 jobs a night, every night, across an entire city, and you're moving the product fast enough that it never sits still. That's not petty theft. That's an operation with a supply chain, a distribution network, and a cash management problem. The NYPD didn't stumble into this. They built it. The investigation officially kicked off in August 2024, when the pattern became undeniable. More than 200 reports a month, the same neighborhoods, the same vehicles, the same method. Investigators from the NYPD, the Bronx District Attorney's Office, and the FBI began building the case piece by piece. Surveillance footage, financial records, patterns. Over months, they mapped the operation. Who was doing what? Who was selling to whom? Where the money was going. They tracked the black market buyers. They followed the Facebook Marketplace listings. They documented the cash. It took nearly a full year. The investigation wrapped up in June 2025. Then came the legal work, building a 971-count indictment that could hold up in court, one that connected all 16 defendants to the broader enterprise. That indictment was filed April 28 and 29 of 2026. It was made public on April 30th at a joint press conference. Bronx DA Darcel Clark, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, and Chief of Detectives Joseph Kinney standing together, laying out what they built. 9 arraignments happened in those first 2 days. 12 men were in custody by May 2nd, 2026. 4 are still
Rim
out
shops
there.
tell me it's not just about the rims, it's everything. It's the rims, it's the tire, and it's the tire pressure system that's on those rims. So each tire could be well over $1,000. If they take all 4, you're talking about at least $4,000 stolen from car owners. Officials say there was around $2 million in stolen property and damage to vehicles. Many of the alleged car thieves have been released without bail on monitored supervision and are due back in court. The police commissioner says there must be consequences and jail time. Bronx DA says car manufacturers should start thinking about better anti-theft devices for rims. Rim and tire experts say the older lock lug nuts just don't work anymore. People should buy specialty locks that have a spinning mechanism or a device that covers all of the lug nuts.
The indictment is enormous. 971 counts. Grand larceny, auto stripping, conspiracy. And they're all tied together. This wasn't 16 separate cases. This was one enterprise with 16 players, and prosecutors built it that way intentionally. If convicted, each defendant is looking at 8 to 15 years. 12 men have been processed. Some were released on monitored supervision post-arraignment, a reality of New York's bail laws. They're not locked up, but they're on a short leash. Court returns are scheduled for September 2026. 4 suspects remain at large as of this video. Law enforcement is still looking for them, and the impact was immediate. Auto theft in the Bronx is down 22% in 2026. 22%. In a borough that was seeing 200+ reports per month just a year and a half ago. That's not a coincidence. That's what happens when you remove the engine from the machine. NYPD Chief of Detectives Joseph Kinney had a message for Bronx residents. Get locking lug nuts, anti-theft devices. Kinney said it plainly. If they see that lock nut, they'll move on to another car. It's a practical reminder that even after a bust this big, the ecosystem of auto theft doesn't disappear overnight. Here's where things stand. 12 men arrested, facing 8 to 15 years if convicted. 4 still at large. Court returns in September 2026. 252 victims waiting to see what the justice system does with this case. The Trinitarios ran a precision auto theft operation across an entire city for the better part of a year. They generated over $1 million in stolen parts. They disrupted hundreds of lives. And for a long time, they did it like no one was watching, but someone was. If this video gave you the full picture, hit that like button and drop a comment. We read everything. This is All Scoops.
MS-13 is one of the most violent street gangs in the United States. Federal and local officials agree. Designated a transnational criminal organization with roots in Central America. More than 30,000 members worldwide, up to 10,000 in the U.S., and as many as 1,000 on Long Island alone.
La Diablita, or the Little Devil, as she calls herself on social media, 22-year-old Lenise Escobar was standing trial for quadruple. The accused MS-13 devoted associate charged with luring victims into a Central Islip Park in 2017, where they brutal MS-13 machete attack. Prosecutors called 13 witnesses, including several admitted gang members who testified under cooperation agreements. Among them,
the story of MS-13, one of the most notorious and violent street gangs in the world, spans from its origins in Los Angeles in the 1980s to its widespread influence across Central America and the United States, including New York. Founded by refugees fleeing civil wars in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, The gang grew through brutal violence and alliances with powerful criminal organizations. In New York, MS-13 has left a chilling mark, with one of the most infamous cases involving Lennis Escobar, known as La Diablita. Escobar was convicted for her role in luring 4 young men to their tragic end in a horrific 2017 attack that shocked the Long Island community and highlighted the gang's terrifying reach.
MS-13 is one of the most violent street gangs in the United States. Federal and local officials agree. Designated a transnational criminal organization with roots in Central America. More than 30,000 members worldwide, up to 10,000 in the U.S., and as many as 1,000 on Long Island alone.
We have about 500 identified MS-13 members here in Nassau County. Out of that 500, we have 215 that are active.
How do you identify who is an active member?
The number one is self-admitted. So they'll be all tattooed up, MS-13, I'm self-admitted. They do the signs. When they get arrested, they ask them, are you gang affiliate? Yeah, I'm MS-13.
Law enforcement says the gang first came on their radar in 2010, but they started to see an uptick in gang violence in 2015. According to intelligence, that's when leaders of MS-13 in El Salvador made a concerted effort to grow and establish new branches of the gang, so-called programas, in different pockets of the U.S., including the affluent suburbs of New York City and Long Island.
MS-13 was founded in the 1980s in Los Angeles by refugees from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua fleeing civil wars. Initially a small gang known as Mara Salvatrucha Stoners, it evolved into MS-13, engaging in violent conflicts with rival gangs like 18th Street. Inside prisons, MS-13 aligned with the Mexican Mafia, gaining protection and adopting the number 13 to symbolize this alliance. In the 1990s, U.S. deportation policies sent thousands of gang members back to Central America, where they rebuilt MS-13, expanding its reach in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. As governments cracked down, overcrowded prisons allowed MS-13 to grow even stronger, leading to widespread extortion, drug trafficking, and violence.
In a bulletin, the NYPD put out this alert for officers living in Suffolk County. Members of MS-13 are looking to hit NYPD police officers, specifically in the Brentwood Central Islip area, as well as possibly Patchogue. The bulletin says that the gang members would carry out the attacks on off-duty officers in order to gain street credibility. And while the threat has not been substantiated, law enforcement experts say this cannot be taken lightly.
Good evening, I'm Dana Tyler. We'll start tonight with that developing story. A major crackdown on a notorious gang on Long Island. At least 40 men, alleged members of the MS-13 gang, arrested on a range of charges, including conspiracy and assault.
Well, Dana, the Nassau County District Attorney says this was the largest mass arrest of MS-13 gang members on Long Island. It was a collaborative effort between the DA's office, the Nassau County Police, Gang Investigation Squad, and Homeland Security. And law enforcement authorities say that this is a huge step in eliminating this violent transnational gang. Ironically wearing a T-shirt touting strictly good vibes only, suspect Frank Maranta says he was shocked to be among dozens arrested this morning for alleged involvement with the MS-13 gang.
It's news to me.
Maranta says he's not in a gang.
By the early 1990s, the group known as La Familia in Freeport had evolved into a more organized gang focused on Salvadoran pride. This changed when 4 members of the Mara Salvatrucha's Francis Locos clique arrived from Los Angeles. Their influence led La Familia to transform into Familia Mara Salvatrucha, the first MS-13 clique in New York. By 1991, new members like Hormiga and Cato began to carry on the gang's legacy. After the Los Angeles members left, Familia Mara Salvatrucha expanded beyond Freeport into nearby areas like Westbury, clashing with African American and Puerto Rican gangs. Around the same time, more MS-13 cliques began appearing across Long Island, many of them independently. In Nassau County, gangs like Central's Locos in Freeport and Mineola Locos Serenos in Mineola emerged, while Suffolk County saw the rise of Islip Locos, Salvatruchos, and others. As MS-13 spread, Established cliques like Familia Mara Salvatrucha extended their reach, with the Westbury Familia Mara Salvatrucha forming under a leader known as Shorty, solidifying the gang's growing presence across Long Island.
Happening today, jurors are set to resume deliberations in the trial of a woman accused of helping the MS-13 gang. 4 young men. Federal prosecutors say in 2017, Lenise Escobar, also known as La Diablita, allegedly lured 5 men to a park in central Islip to smoke marijuana. When they got there, the victims were attacked by gang members with machetes. 1 ran off. The other 4 prosecutors say the victims were targeted for disrespecting MS-13.
Survivor Elmer Alexander Artiga Ruiz told the jury through an interpreter, La Diablita lured us to a park to smoke marijuana. We were soon ambushed by MS-13 gangsters. 8 or 9 covered their faces with sweaters, told us to get down on our knees. They had weapons, machetes. I jumped on a fence and stone wall, ran for my life. One shouted behind me, "Hack him." Thank God I managed to get away. Mary Chris, good afternoon. A chilling federal trial filled with heart-stopping evidence, photos, gripping testimony, surveillance phone calls, sobs in the courtroom. 4 weeks ago today began jury selection. Now, fewer than 4 hours into deliberations, a unanimous guilty verdict on all counts. La Diablita, or the Little Devil, as she calls herself on social media, 22-year-old Lenise Escobar was standing trial for quadruple. The accused MS-13 devoted associate charged with luring victims into a central Islip park in 2017, where a brutal MS-13 machete attack. Prosecutors called 13 witnesses, including several admitted gang members who testified under cooperation agreements, among them Kelly Gomez, a best friend of the defendant, who described how the 2 girls coordinated the killings in order to curry favor within MS-13. Lenise Escobar's boyfriend, whose gang name is Cruel, was a high-ranking member. Why were these victims chosen for slaughter, say prosecutors? Because they posed on social media disrespecting MS-13. A 5th victim testified he escaped that night under a full moon, running for my life, chased by gangsters shouting, "Hack him." In a recorded phone conversation played in court, Lenise Escobar tells her boyfriend in coded language,
4 sujetos ya no están aquí, no sé si van a volver nunca, jamás, ¿me entiendes? Se fueron en el tren anoche, ¿me entiendes? A eso, ¿me entiendes? De la cierta hora, ¿me entiendes? Que vos sabés, uno de ellos no, ¿me entiendes? He knows. So now I'm in trouble.
Relatives and friends came to court to support her.
God is good. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Everybody, God bless you.
Her cousin spoke last week.
She was a young girl who had a difficult life, not having a father, not having a mother, being abused physically, mentally. She was a very smart girl.
Lenise Escobar, also known as La Diablita or Little Devil, has been found guilty on all counts for her involvement in the brutal deletion of 4 young men on Long Island in 2017. At just 17 years old, Escobar played a key role in luring the victims to their demise at the hands of the notorious MS-13 gang. The 4 victims, Justin Levicura, Michael Lopez, Jorge Tiger, and Jefferson Villalobos, were hacked with machetes and other weapons in a central Islip park on April 11, 2017. Escobar invited the 5 men to the park under the pretense of smoking marijuana, but they were ambushed by MS-13 members who believed the victims had disrespected the gang on social media. While one managed to escape, the others were deleted in a gruesome attack that shocked the local community. Their bodies, bearing significant trauma wounds, were found the next day in a wooded area where the gang had tried to conceal them. Prosecutors revealed that Escobar bragged about her role in the deletion to fellow gang members. She even destroyed key evidence, including a blood-stained sweatshirt and her cell phone, which she threw from a car while being followed by police. Escobar's actions, motivated by a desire to gain status within MS-13, were highlighted as a central factor in the deletions. During her 2022 trial, a witness testified that Escobar not only smiled as the men were deleted, but also licked blood off her lips. Despite her defense team's argument that her motive was never clearly proven, the jury convicted her on charges of deletion and racketeering. The case has drawn widespread attention, not only for its brutal nature, but also for the involvement of MS-13, a violent gang that originated in Los Angeles and has since spread to Long Island. More than a dozen other gang members and associates have been charged in connection with the deletions. Escobar's defense team continues to challenge the conviction, arguing that prosecutors failed to prove her intent to rise in MS-13. However, the judge maintained that the jury was justified in concluding that Escobar orchestrated the deletions to retaliate for the perceived disrespect shown to the gang. The case of La Diablita and the brutal deletions she orchestrated underscore the violent legacy of MS-13, a gang that has spread its influence far beyond Los Angeles, reaching Long Island and beyond. Despite efforts to contain the gang through deportations and crackdowns, MS-13 remains a persistent threat. Lenis Escobar's conviction serves as a stark reminder of the gang's ruthless methods and the devastation it brings to communities. As law enforcement continues to combat MS-13's influence, the story of Escobar and her victims serves as a tragic example of the
Accused gang members connected to nearly 20 shootings are off city streets. After a 2-year investigation, more than a dozen people have been arrested accused of violent crime.
Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announcing the charges Wednesday and then reading text messages exchanged between those alleged gang members, describing the disappointment that they didn't shoot and kill their intended target.
They say it's a bad drill. And the person that we allege, Antoine Favorite, says, how was it a bad drill? He's asking, like, how was it a bad drill? We chased, they shot at their rivals. He says, because nobody got hit.
Brooklyn law enforcement has taken a major step in cracking down on gang violence with the indictment of 14 alleged members of the 5'9 Brims and Bloodhound Brims. These gangs, both factions of the Bloods, have been linked in 19 shootings, 9 injuries, and multiple acts of violence, including the deletion of a rival gang member. Brooklyn has long been plagued by gang violence, with the 5'9 Brims and Bloodhound Brims playing a major role. Originating in New York's prison system, the 5'9 Brims formed in 1995 under OGMAC, while the Bloodhound Brims emerged in the mid-2000s, led by Latique Lawbrim Johnson. Both gangs expanded beyond prison walls, with the 5'9 Brims and Bloodhound Brims from Coney Island and Sheepshead Bag engaging in violent conflicts with rivals like Folk Nation and GWAY. Their ongoing war escalated after the 2021 demise of Bloodhound Brim member Devontae Lewis, leading to a series of retaliatory shootings. Years of investigation have now resulted in a major indictment aimed at dismantling their influence.
Cardi B's best friend is facing charges tonight in a sweeping gang roundup. Star Brim, whose real name is Yannette Respass, was indicted on racketeering and assault charges. They say she was the highest-ranking woman in the 5'9 Brims gang. That's a subset of the Blood street gang. She's also accused of putting out a hit on a bartender she thought was having an affair with Cardi B's husband, Offset. In recent years, Brim has become a bit of a social media celebrity with nearly 1 million followers on Instagram. She also appears on Cardi's account.
When you look at Ashton Martin lifestyle, a lot of niggas might not make it, but the few that do, go do it for the ones that did. Regular slime time shit, Spazzo B, Nickel 9 slime time, NYBBA free game. You know when you stop that clock shit, tend to get shot.
Stop playing with this Brim shit! Bun you up!
I want to dedicate it to Pee Wee and Lacey. 5'9 Brims, stand up.
The 5'9 Brims originated in the 1990s as an offshoot of the Bloods within New York's prison system. Initially meant to be called 9-5 Brims, OGMAC ultimately decided on 5'9 Brims. The gang formed inside Rikers Island in 1995, providing protection and structure for inmates in a violent prison environment. Key figures such as Pee Wee and Lacey played crucial roles in organizing the set, helping establish it as a dominant faction within the New York Blood Brim Army. Larry O, founder of the Mac Ballas, was also closely associated with its early development. The 5'9 Brims became one of the first 5 Blood sets in New York, marking a turning point in East Coast gang culture. Their influence expanded beyond prisons and into the streets, solidifying their presence in the larger Blood network. Despite crackdowns and leadership incarcerations, the 5'9 Brims legacy remains a key part of New York's gang history.
Yeah, this your boy Latique Brim Johnson. So I'm gonna take a moment to set the record straight for you. I see there's a lot of controversy over this Woofy thing. So first and foremost, CJ made a hot song, but the content that he used is not his content. So his foundation is based off a lie. He's not Woofy, He don't know nothing about Whoopi. He just seen a fly splash and he jacked it.
We did more than signal when we come through you and we'll be fixing it there. I'm in jail and I still answer the phone and send pictures through mail.
The Bloodhound Brims, BHB, is a faction of the Bloods emerging in the mid-2000s as part of the New York Blood Brim Army. Founded within the New York State prison system, BHB quickly expanded its influence both inside and outside prison walls, engaging in drug trafficking, violent assaults, and racketeering. Latik Law Brim Johnson, the gang's founder, established and controlled the Bloodhound Brims while incarcerated. Despite being behind bars, he orchestrated violent crimes, ordered attacks on rivals, and maintained leadership over the gang's operations. Authorities labeled Law Brim the godfather of BHB, citing his continued influence despite imprisonment. However, major law enforcement crackdowns have significantly weakened the gang's power.
Gang terror caught on surveillance footage, a barrage of bullets, 40 of them fired on a street corner while an innocent family with a baby walks by and ducks down for their lives. Another man runs through the lobby of a building. Behind him, gunshots are fired. Everyone inside runs and gets down. Then there's another who's staked out inside a sneaker store. There he is, they say. A half hour later, he leaves and gets shot in the middle of a public street in Bay Ridge. 2 innocent bystanders are also shot. These are just some of the alleged members of the 59 Brims Bloodhound Brims gang. 14 of them, including a 15-year-old, were charged with a 129-count indictment on weapons possession for violent crimes committed throughout the Sheepshead Bay and Coney Island neighborhoods in 2021 and 2022. Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announcing the charges Wednesday and then reading text messages exchanged between those alleged gang members, describing the disappointment that they didn't shoot and kill their intended target.
They say it's a bad drill, and the person that we allege, Antoine Favorite, says, how was it a bad drill? He's asking, like, how was it a bad drill? We chased, they shot at their rivals. He says, because nobody got hit.
According to the indictment, the alleged gang members revealed an intent to opposing gang members through music videos, recorded jail conversations, cell phone evidence, and Facebook and Instagram posts.
Prosecutors say these 14 suspects are collectively responsible for a wide variety of crimes between 2022 and 2024. They're linked to one, along with a rash of shootings that injured 9 people, including several innocent bystanders.
From opening fire on a residential Brooklyn street to shooting into cars and wounding innocent bystanders, left crying for help, these 14 alleged gang members stopped at nothing to settle their scores.
District Attorney Eric Gonzalez stated, last year, gun violence reached a record low due to strategic enforcement and targeted gang takedowns like this one, which removed 14 alleged shooters responsible for extreme violence in Coney Island and Sheepshead Bay. These individuals are accused of carrying out 19 shootings, killing a rival, and injuring innocent bystanders, recklessly endangering our communities. Focused enforcement has proven effective, and we will continue taking decisive action to keep violent criminals off our streets. The defendants are being arraigned before Brooklyn Supreme Court Justices Danny Chun and Craig Walker on a 129-count indictment, facing charges including second-degree conspiracy, attempted and criminal possession of a weapon, among other offenses. Crimes committed by members and associates of the 59 Brims and Bloodhound Brims, 2 blood-affiliated gangs operating primarily in Sheepshead Bay and Coney Island. The investigation focused on a series of violent incidents, including a deletion and multiple non-fatal shootings occurring across the 61st, 60th, 67th, 73rd, and 69th precincts since February 2021. According to the investigation, the defendants' rival gangs include Folk Nation, FNO, Woo, and G-Way, a subset of the Gorilla Stone Bloods. While tensions between the defendants' gangs and Folk Nation had existed for years, the rivalry escalated following the April 29, 2021 demise of Bloodhound Brim member Devonnie Lewis, also known as Dior, outside his high school in Midwood. This event sparked a prolonged gang war that has continued for years. The 59 Brims/Bloodhound Brims defendants allegedly communicated their intent to delete rival gang members through music videos, recorded jail conversations, cell phone evidence, and social media posts on Facebook and Instagram. Text messages exchanged between the defendants suggest their goal was not just to intimidate, but to delete or seriously injure their rivals. In one conversation following a May 29, 2022 shooting that resulted in no injuries, the shooters were criticized for failing to leave the intended victims in critical condition as planned. On May 2, 2021, just 3 days after the deletion of Devontae Lewis, defendant Karen Evans and others allegedly entered Folk Nation territory near 3405 Foster Avenue in the 67th Precinct. Evans then allegedly shot a rival folk gang member multiple times in the stomach. The victim survived but sustained a lacerated liver. On February 8, 2022, at approximately 3:10 p.m., defendant Omo Goriola Omotosho and another individual allegedly followed a rival gang member to 2926 West 25th Street, a known G-Way stronghold in Coney Island. They then opened fire on the rival, shooting into the street and into the lobby, which was occupied by residents of all ages. While no one was injured, several people had to take cover to avoid the gunfire. This building, located in the heart of Brims territory, has been the site of 3 separate shootings charged in the indictment. On May 29, 2022, at approximately 7:45 p.m., defendant Favorite, along with an associate and 2 unidentified individuals, allegedly opened fire toward a group of people gathered near a vehicle at the intersection of West 25th Street and Mermaid Avenue. One of the intended targets returned fire before fleeing into 2926 West 25th Street, a known G-Way stronghold. While no injuries were reported, several pedestrians, including a family with a young child, were forced to take cover, narrowly avoiding being caught in the crossfire. On October 9, 2022, at approximately 7:17 p.m., in front of 2957 Avenue W at the Sheepshed Bay houses, defendant Ware and an accomplice, who has already pleaded guilty, allegedly fired multiple rounds at a perceived rival, striking him in the arm. On October 31, 2022, at approximately 5:10 p.m., in front of 2932 Avenue V at the Nostrand houses, defendants Ware and Ron Thomas allegedly shot and deleted Jamal Nicholson, a folk gang member and prominent drill rapper. During the attack, they also shot and wounded his girlfriend, who suffered gunshot wounds to the thigh and lower abdomen and remained in critical condition for weeks. On June 23, 2023, at approximately 4 o'clock, defendant Omo Goriola Omotosho arrived at a sneaker store at 9413 Fifth Avenue in Bay Ridge for a new sneaker release. While inside, he and other Brims members spotted a rival folk gang member. At 4:10 p.m., after the rival exited the store and got into a parked car, Omotosho opened fire into the vehicle. The intended target was not hit, but 2 innocent bystanders were wounded, one inside the car and another waiting in line outside the store. The indictment of 14 alleged members of the 5'9 Brims and Bloodhound Brims marks a significant step in curbing Brooklyn's gang violence. The defendants face charges for deletion, attempted deletion, and weapons possession after 19 shootings that left 9 people injured. Law enforcement officials credit strategic gang takedowns for the city's decline.
Good afternoon, Sandra and Liz. Well, authorities say a number of shootings in East New York and Brownsville, like this one that happened a couple months ago here at this intersection of Christopher and Belmont Avenues, has been tied to a gang called R2R, Roads to Riches. They are a group of young teenagers based out of East New York.
The moment shots went flying on Belmont and Christopher Avenues in Brownsville. Police say Makeem Ejvaria, seen here apparently skipping as he's shooting, was targeting someone on a scooter on April 20th. This Uber caught in the crosshairs with a bullet through the windshields and front passenger seat.
What you don't see, and what is crazy, is that there were 3 passengers in that car besides the driver.
All miraculous. Another shooting captured on video involves the death of a rival gang member, 24-year-old Abdoulaye Ba, according to police. It happened at this bodega in August 2023. Many of the shootings taking place in broad daylight, like this one where a 68-year-old woman was the unintended target. She survived.
Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez announced the indictment of 9 alleged members of the Road to Riches Street gang. The 68-count indictment charges the defendants with conspiracy to commit deletion, illegal weapons possession, and other related offenses. The charges stem from a total of 10 shootings linked to the gang, resulting in 4 victims, among them a 68-year-old woman who was shot in broad daylight while walking down the street. According to District Attorney Gonzalez, The indictment outlines a disturbing pattern of violence committed by a group of young individuals whose actions endangered entire neighborhoods. The alleged crimes include the fatal shooting of a 24-year-old man and the wounding of the elderly bystander. Commissioner Tisch echoed those sentiments, stating that Road to Riches gang members have for too long inflicted violence on Brooklyn neighborhoods, firing weapons in broad daylight, near schools, and on crowded streets. Many of those involved were teenagers emboldened, she suggested, by state laws like Raise the Age, which reduce criminal liability for young offenders. Tisch highlighted that the NYPD has conducted more than 40 gang-related takedowns in 2025 alone, removing over 230 illegal guns from the streets. These actions, she said, have helped drive double-digit reductions in shootings across the borough. The defendants, who were between the ages of 15 and 20 at the time of the offenses, are primarily based in East New York's 75th Precinct. Road to Riches is reported to operate primarily out of 398 Sheffield Avenue in East New York, including NYCHA's Long Island Baptist, Remeter, and Unity houses. The gang is described as a younger subset of the Cockybama Bullies and is affiliated with the larger Blood Street gang network. Rival crews include Pistol Packin' Pitkin, Woo, and Choo from Brownsville, along with Forever My Brothers, and the Wortman Avenue gangsters based in the Linden houses. Among the most serious allegations are a series of shootings carried out by Road to Riches members. In March 2023, a 14-year-old boy, believed to be a rival, was attacked while leaving an apartment building on Sutter Avenue. Two gang members reportedly cornered the teen in front of an elevator, chased him down, and shot him twice in the leg, causing injuries that required surgery and an extended hospital stay. In another incident in August 2023, Road to Riches members allegedly opened fire at the front of a bodega on Blake Avenue, fatally shooting a 24-year-old man in the head. The victim had been standing near the entrance with his brother, reportedly a member of a rival gang. The firearm used in the deletion was later recovered during a police search of a gang member's residence. In October 2023, 4 2R members allegedly crossed into rival Woo gang territory in Brownsville, where one of them opened fire at 2 fleeing individuals across a busy intersection. During the gunfire, a 68-year-old woman, who was walking to a nearby grocery store, was struck in the back by a bullet. Her husband was able to remove the projectile, and she was later hospitalized for treatment. Another shooting occurred in November 2024, when several Road to Riches members reportedly moved from Unity Plaza to the Fiorentino houses, a known stronghold of the PPP gang. Surveillance video allegedly shows one member firing into a crowd, hitting a 23-year-old man in the buttocks. The victim survived and was treated at a local hospital. In the most recent incident, from April 2025, a surveillance video allegedly captured 2 Road to Riches members exiting a building on Belmont Avenue and pursuing a person on a scooter. One of the individuals pulled out a firearm and opened fire near the intersection of Belmont and Christopher Avenue. Stray bullets struck 2 vehicles, a family's Uber, which was hit through the windshield and into the headrest of the front passenger seat, and another vehicle that was struck on the roof. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. Authorities said these indictments reflect the city's ongoing effort to dismantle violent street gangs and reclaim public spaces for the law-abiding residents of East New York and beyond. Prosecutors and police emphasized their dedication to removing dangerous individuals from the streets while simultaneously investing in community outreach and violence prevention strategies. This sweeping indictment of the Road to Riches gang marks a critical step in restoring peace to East New York and surrounding Brooklyn neighborhoods long plagued by gun violence. The charges reflect not only the severity of the alleged crimes, but also the unwavering commitment of law enforcement and city officials to protect communities from the grip of organized street violence. As New York City continues to push for safer streets and fewer guns in the hands of violent offenders, this case underscores a clear message. Gangs that sow fear and chaos will be met with the full force of justice. With continued collaboration between prosecutors, police, and community leaders, the city remains focused on dismantling the networks driving violence and creating safer, more hopeful futures for all. The cases featured in this documentary demonstrate just how complex gang investigations have become in New York. From neighborhood street crews to larger criminal organizations, law enforcement agencies have spent years building cases through surveillance, forensic evidence, digital communications, and coordinated investigations. While these indictments have removed many alleged gang members from the streets, the challenges of gun violence, organized crime, and neighborhood safety continue to evolve. If you enjoyed this documentary, be sure to like the video, subscribe to All Scoops Media, and turn on notifications so you never miss our next deep dive into gang indictments, organized crime, prison systems, and true crime stories from across the United States.